chemical process when it's in contact with moisture, and then carbon dioxide forms a precipitate. So it can essentially go through this chemical reaction to constantly capture this carbon dioxide as they're exhaling it inside of those spacesuits. And they're a little bit different from the systems that we use on board the space station, which are essentially running around the clock and have more of a active regenerative process.
One GMT at 12:10, and for Josh TCV, it's now at 4:04.
Copy all.
And we're continuing to get some good call-outs that we're getting closer to having the crew move into the crew lock section. They're in equipment lock right now, but they'll be moving over to the crew lock section shortly. That's where we'll close the hatch and use a series of pumps and valves to bring that down to vacuum. One final note, so that MEDOX that's able to capture that carbon, the MEDOX canisters, like all of the life support, are located in that backpack section on the spacesuits that you see the astronauts wearing. It actively captures that carbon dioxide over time. Eventually it will get saturated though, so that's why it's considered a consumable. You'll often hear the term limiting consumable used whenever we're going through a spacewalk, and you essentially have three that you're really looking at. We're tracking how much oxygen, how much O2 is inside the spacesuit, how much carbon dioxide capture we have remaining, that's your MEDOX, and then power, as these suits, once they're completely unplugged, are running on batteries. You also have a limited amount of water that's used inside for all of the cooling and a couple of other fluid systems inside. So that MEDOX is typically the limiting consumable, and that just means if we looked at which one we're gonna run out of first, that's your limiting consumable. And so we'll keep a close eye, and you'll typically hear throughout the spacewalk a target duration, or we're looking at 7 hours with MEDOX limiting. You'll hear those call outs up to the crew as they're just giving them a gradual status. So that's what, when you hear MEDOX, that's what it's referring to. Meanwhile, the crew is just finishing up their pre-breathe. So it takes a couple of hours just to get ready for a spacewalk. So before they even get into these suits, we have to go through a couple of steps just to make sure that we're keeping them safe as they're moving into essentially a depressurized environment. So on board the space station, just like if you're walking around here at sea level, the atmospheric pressure inside is about 14.7 psi. And when they're outside in the vacuum of space, though, those spacesuits are pressurized, but not to 14.7 psi. If we were to pressurize a spacesuit that much, it'd be almost impossible to move. It'd be like fighting against a really stiff balloon, essentially. It'd be really hard to manipulate fingers, move arms, things like that. And so what we're able to do is have them operate in a lower pressure setting. Those spacesuits go to about 4.3 psi once we see them out in the vacuum of space. So 4.3, that's a lot easier to move around. It's still pretty intensive to use your hands in that spacesuit, as you are just constantly fighting against that pressure. But as they're at a lower pressure, they're also breathing a 100% oxygen atmosphere, essentially, when they're in those suits. That way you can operate at a lower pressure, but you're still getting the oxygen that you need. And we operate on a lot of the same restrictions as anybody who's ever gone scuba diving. As you go deeper and deeper into the water, you're in a higher and higher pressure environment, and then as you come back to the surface, you need to take your time as you do it, or you can suffer what's known as decompression sickness. And all that really will be different gases. Primary one we look for is nitrogen. When it's in your blood and in tissues in your body, it's at kind of an ambient pressure, or it's at an equal pressure with your ambient surroundings. But if you start to depressurize quickly, the pressure in those gases in your veins, in your tissues, will be higher than the pressure around it, and that can form bubbles. And if those bubbles start to form, they can cause problems. One of the most common ones is, as it's starting to happen, is you'll start to get joint pain, things like that, but it can eventually cause some pretty serious issues with your nervous system, and so that's why we have to be very careful, very deliberate, and to prepare them for that lower pressure environment, we do what's called a pre-breathe. A long time ago, we used to have the astronauts actually camp out, sleep in the airlock overnight at a lower pressure, around 10 psi, breathing an increased oxygen atmosphere, and that would help just kind of gradually purge that excess nitrogen from the blood. But as the teams have gotten more and more experience, they were able to develop a new process called in-suit light exercise. And in this case, the crew, as their morning begins, they go inside the airlock and they are at that reduced pressure of about 10 psi, and they're breathing pure oxygen that starts to help essentially reject that nitrogen out of the system, but you're doing it in a very gradual fashion. And then after they've done that for a few hours, they get suited up inside of these spacesuits, and then they start doing what's known as in-suit light exercise. So they're past it at this point, so we won't see it, but they essentially sit there attached to the wall still, moving arms, moving legs, and they do it at kind of timed intervals. And this is just to, again, consistently reject that nitrogen, get that out of the system as we get ready to have them operate in that pure oxygen environment. And so that's all done. We're now in the steps getting ready for depress. The team here in Mission Control is actually about to do a go, no-go for depress. Now, depress just referring to depressurization. That's us taking them into the crew lock section, closing the hatch, and then removing all of the atmosphere in there and bringing it down to a vacuum. So again, a vacuum is just an absence of stuff, in this case an absence of atmosphere, and we need to get the crew lock section down as close to vacuum as possible before they open up the hatch and move out into the vacuum of space. So the team here in Mission Control is going to do a go, no-go right now as we get closer to this go for depress. And so before we get there, though, we see Koichi Wakata continuing to work. He's on Frank Rubio's spacesuit right now. You saw them attach something to the bottom of that backpack, that life support system, and that is the SAFER device, Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, and essentially functions as a small jetpack. It's not anything we use for actual maneuvering when we're outside on station, but it is just another step in the line of defense of keeping an astronaut attached to the station. They'll use a series of tethers. A lot of the communication you're going to hear throughout the spacewalk today is them assessing where their tethers are located. They practice all of these where they're going to put tethers for the different handrails, but essentially that keeps them attached physically to the station at all times throughout a spacewalk. Should they become untethered, they can use that SAFER device to then fly back to the space station. So that's just an extra layer of safety for these spacewalking astronauts.
For the EV1 for Frank, TCV is at position 4.
Houston copies.
But Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann working right now to get the SAFER onto Frank Rubio, who again, he's going to be EV1, our lead spacewalker for today. One of the primary jobs of the lead spacewalker is going to be doing all the hatch operations once we're in the airlock, so both opening the hatch and closing it when we're at the very end. So they'll get the SAFER device on his spacesuit and then move over to get the SAFER device onto Josh Cassada's. And after that, we'll be ready to start stepping into the actual depressurization phase of our spacewalk. So they'll move both crew members who have all of the tools that they're going to need, and we'll go over those tools as they're using them throughout the spacewalk today. And they also have on the front of the spacesuits essentially a mini workstation with a lot of those tools, tethers, other things that they'll need. They'll also have a small bag that they're going to bring out that has the cables that we're going to be using to integrate that newly installed solar array into the 4A power channel along with the existing one. So we're going to see them bring all of that into the airlock. And then Koichi and Nicole will work to get the hatch closed between the two different sections of the Quest airlock. We have the equipment lock. That's where they are right now. That's where we store the spacesuits, all the different spacewalking gear when it's not in use. And then we have the crew lock section. And so that's where we're going to see Frank start moving to next. And that is what actually gets brought down to vacuum. You're also going to see their suits. You can see one going into the crew lock, kind of the large white hoses. Those are known as the SCMs, the service or SCU service and cooling umbilicals. So their spacesuits are essentially hardline to space station systems right now, giving them communications, power, fluids for cooling, all of that. And we don't unplug those until we're about to essentially start the EVA. The operations teams consider as they switch their suits to battery power. So after they're unplugged and on battery powered, that'll be the official start of our spacewalk. And that doesn't happen until we've brought that crew lock section all the way down to vacuum. And so we see Frank Rubio now over in the crew lock section, helped by Koichi Wakata. And next up, we're going to get Josh Cassada off of the mount there on the wall, get his safer attached, and then move him into the crew lock section to join with Frank.
Not yet.
All right, now we see Koichi Wakata bringing in the safer device that's going to get attached to Josh Cassada's suit. Now, we're going to see these two go out of the airlock, and then they're going to kind of go their separate ways at first before meeting back up for the install. So Josh Cassada is going to be getting into the APFR, the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, on the space station's robotic arm, the Canadarm2. And back inside of the station, Nicole Mann's going to be what's called the M1. She's going to be the primary robotics controller, essentially, for this spacewalk, and she's going to be literally flying Cassada as he's at the tip of that arm to the different work sites. And so they'll Cassada and Rubio are going to meet back up over at the FSE, the flight support equipment. That's the temporary stow location right now for the last IROSA array that just arrived on a SpaceX Cargo Dragon. And they're going to work to release some of the beams that are in place to help keep it secure during launch and all of the movement operations. They'll remove those beams, and then they'll release the actual array itself from IROSA. And then after that, flying on the end of the robotic arm, Josh Cassada is going to get moved over to that work site, bringing the array with him. And then once they're there, they'll get into the actual installation steps, and that'll involve, as we saw through some of those graphics, actually unfolding the array into its configuration where it could be installed. First thing they'll do is essentially get it soft captured. It'll slide into place, and there's some soft capture mechanisms that put that initial hold on the array, and then there's a number of bolts that they'll drive to secure it in place. And then after that's done, they tension some of the mid joints to make sure that it stays unfolded, and then we actually step into deploying, or first we actually will mate the cables that are responsible for integrating that array into the 4A power channel along with the existing one. So that work has to be done in Eclipse, as the primary inhibit. Really the way we make sure that the arrays aren't transmitting any power down to where those cable connections are made is to be in Eclipse, be on the dark side of planet Earth, where those arrays can't see the sun, can't generate any electricity, and so the spacewalk itself is timed per our timeline. If you've ever watched a spacewalk, you'll know that every single step essentially timelined out and practiced here on the ground in the pool and through previous spacewalks. But the entire all the activities today are timelined, so by the time we hit the expected point for essentially that cable connection, cable mating, will be in an eclipse. So we'll be on the dark side of Earth, those arrays not generating any electricity, and them able to actually install those cables to start integrating that. And so after those cables get connected, they will deploy the IROSA. It'll unfurl all on its own. They just release 2 bolts, and then the array, its internal mechanisms do the rest of the work to actually unfurl. And then they'll do one final tensioning task to enable a device that's going to essentially pull on some wire that adds some tension to the arrays, and then it's on to clean up, stowing some of the final beams on the temporary spot where the arrays are stored, and then it'll be on to ingress, coming back inside the airlock. And we start a spacewalk when we switch to battery power. We end a spacewalk when they begin repressing that crew lock section of the Quest airlock. So those will be our start and stop points for today, but things progressing really smoothly so far. We've already got Frank Rubio in the crew lock section, and we can see the safer device getting affixed now. That's Nicole Mann on the right side of Josh Cassada's spacesuit, and as soon as that's there, they're going to start moving Cassada into that crew lock section, and then we'll get ready to move into the depress steps. And the teams down here in Mission Control Houston did their go, no go, and we are going to be go for depress once the crew is ready. So a lot more to come, and we're going to see Cassada now start to make his way over to that crew lock section. And now we see Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann guiding Josh Cassada into that crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Safer attached, all the different equipment tethers from his backpack to his helmet, all engaged. And so they're going to put him in his suit, and then you can see his service and cooling umbilical, that white hose that's kind of looping outside of the left part. That'll get moved in as well. And then we'll start to hear the crew step through some of the actual depressurization of the airlock, and that's done using essentially two different means. We have an actual air pump that's able to extract the atmosphere and return it to essentially the station's supply of atmosphere. That's going to get engaged, and that's going to bring the pressure down to about 5 psi. And then once we get there, we're going to turn the pump off, and the crew is going to do leak checks. So they do a leak check on their spacesuit once they're at a lower pressure inside the crew airlock. So we'll hear the crew status their leak check. They'll give a yes, no on successful leak check. And then after that, we can continue with the depress. And then after that, we start to use the two different systems. So that depress pump can only work down to about 2 psi. After that, it's no longer really capable of extracting atmosphere from that crew lock section. And so after that, they open what's known as an MPEV valve to just take all of that remaining atmosphere, and it's used to vent it overboard. So we do lose a small amount of what we call consumables, just the breathable atmosphere, every time we do a spacewalk, just because your pump can't work below 2 psi. But it's once you're down at that low of a pressure, it's a pretty negligible amount. And so after that remaining pressure drops, all that remaining atmosphere is vented overboard. We get down to about half a psi or lower, and then the crew will get the go to actually open up the hatch. And Frank Rubio's EV1, he's going to be the one opening up, doing the external hatch operations for today. So we'll hear that. So we're going to hear the suit IV on board. So in this case, likely Koichi Wakata, we're going to hear him talking to the crew as they step through the depress up until we get to that up until we get that pressure all the way down, and then it's going to hand over to the ground IV for today, and that's going to be NASA astronaut Nick Hague. He's the one we're going to hear talking to the crew members throughout all of the different procedures today, essentially being the voice for all the teams down here on the ground. And just a reminder, some of your key players here in the room today, you've got Nick Hague, who's going to be that suit IV, and then our flight director leading the teams is Fiona Turret. And then in the very back row, we've got Chris Mundy. He's the EVA flight controller leading all of the different flight control teams responsible for building, training, executing today's spacewalk. We always talk about how everybody in this room is essentially just the tip of the spear, the tip of the iceberg. We've got a couple of other key folks on the EVA team that are going to be working with Chris today. Some of those primary positions, we have an EVA task officer. This is somebody who understands every procedure in this EVA front to back and essentially all by heart at this point. And for today, that's going to be Miranda Nelson with the task support position coming from Lucas Widener. And then we'll have two essentially technical specialists on the EVA team. Today it's Michael Dino. He's the EMU, the Extravehicular Mobility Unit specialist, essentially knowledgeable in all things spacesuit for today. And then Stephen Villano is going to be our airlock specialist, responsible for overseeing all the different systems in the airlock, which we're still in right now. So that team working together to help the flight control team get ready and to go out and execute this spacewalk today. All right, and right now we can see Koichi. So he was just talking. They have a hardline connection right now between the crew in the equipment lock and the crew, both Cassada and Rubio in their spacesuits. And then once we get to the actual depress, though, we'll start to hear a lot more chatter. You'll hear Koichi essentially giving them instructions to, as they're switching a depress pump on, that located on the UIA, the umbilical interface assembly. That's a large control panel unit that's inside, and that's connected to those service and cooling umbilicals. That's the main interface between the spacesuits and the airlock itself. Before we get there, they're making sure they have all of their tools. We don't have any extra hardware in the crew lock itself, as again, that's about to be exposed to vacuum. So they do just a final sweep of that, and then we'll see the hatch get closed.
Station Houston on space to ground 1 for airlock. On 1. I just wanted to give you a heads up. The ground is putting step 80 in place.
Time throughout this spacewalk today. And we see Koichi Wakata working to get the hatch closed, isolating the crew lock section.
Houston, good morning. EV2, TCV now at 5.
Copy 5.
An airlock. We're in step 77, and step 76 and 77 are complete.
Copy complete.
You guys can take care of steps 78 through 80.
Copy, it's in work.
And so with those call downs, Koichi Wakata letting the team here in Houston know that the hatch has been closed. The emergency MPEV, so the manual pressure equalization valve, is closed. That gets closed. And before we step into the actual depress activities, again, we're going to be initially using that pump to essentially pump the atmosphere out of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. We're going to bring it down to 5 psi and then pause to allow the crew to do a quick leak check on their suits, and then we'll resume, and then we'll get that depress pump, bringing it down to about 2 psi, and then we start to also use what's known as the emergency MPEV, manual pressure equalization valve. And what that's essentially doing is taking the remaining atmosphere out of the crew lock section and dumping it out into the vacuum of space as that pump stops to work once we get down to 2 psi. So all that's coming up. Meanwhile, the teams here on the ground are just doing some final configuration work. We heard the crew go hot mic, so they're going to be talking without any push to talk, without push to talk being necessary throughout their space flight, their spacewalk. And we're going to be hearing them talk directly to the ground IV here in Houston, and that's going to be NASA astronaut Nick Hague.
Station Houston on Space Ground 1 for airlock. Steps 78 through 80 are complete.
Okay, copy that. Thank you. And both AV crew members, your hot mic to on Space Ground 1 at this time.
Okay, thank you, Roger. AV2 copies, thanks.
Okay, Josh, on UIA, please check depress pump power is off.
Depress pump power OFF.
Thank you. And then please verify depress pump enabled LED on.
Depress pump power enable illuminated.
Copy. Houston, we are in step 84. With your go, we will proceed with the cue card.
And station, your go.
Cue. Okay, Josh, we will start the depress cue card. Crew depress. On UIA, switch depress pump power to on and wait 10 seconds for complete startup.
Depress pump power on.
Okay, Josh, and depress pump manual ISO valve to open, and both of you guys expect alert tone.
Depress pump man ISO valve coming to open and copy on the alert. Everyone copy.
And then monitor suit P gauges less than 5.5.
Everyone copy. AV2 copies. Depress pump man ISO is open.
And with that, the depressurization of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock is in work. So we were just listening as Koichi Wakata was walking Josh Cassada's EV2. He's working at the UIA, the umbilical interface assembly, essentially a control panel that they have inside of the crew lock section that allows them to access the depress pump, their service and cooling umbilicals that are connected to their suits, providing power, hardline comm, and also fluids at this point. So still integrated into the station systems. We did get confirmation that the pressure is now dropping inside of the crew lock. So we're going to continue to just draw that atmosphere out using the depress pump until the crew lock gets to right about 5 psi, at which point the crew lock is going to get the direction to shut that pump down. They're going to close that isolation valve. And then at that point, they're then going to step into leak checks. So doing quick automated leak checks using the display and control module on their spacesuits of their EMUs. Because again, while we still have pressure inside, the EMUs are going to be at a slightly higher pressure than that 5 psi. And they're going to do a leak check and make sure we don't have any atmosphere or anything like that coming out of the suit. After we get past leak checks, we'll step back into that depress activity. They're going to open that isolation valve again. That's going to allow the depress pump to continue working. They're also going to open what's called an emergency MPEV manual pressure equalization valve. We start using that after we're below 5 psi, essentially working in conjunction with the pump itself, and that's going to continue until the crew lock hits about 2 psi. At that point, the pump, its valve is going to get closed and it's going to get powered off as the pump stops working once we get to 2 psi and below. The emergency MPAV remains opened as we will continue to watch the pressure drop. We'll get to a little less than half of a psi, usually a lot closer to 0, at which point we're essentially in vacuum. You'll have essentially an equal pressure between the crew lock and the outside of the space station, which is at vacuum.
In step 85, the removed metal canisters are serial number 20 and 22.
Easy copy, good numbers.
And that call down right there was reporting the removal of some of the canisters that are used to remove CO2 while everybody's inside of the equipment lock section. So at this point, all of that CO2 removal being done by the normal station systems like the CEDRA, the carbon dioxide removal assembly. We talked a little bit earlier about the MEDOX canisters inside the spacesuits. That's how we're essentially capturing that carbon dioxide that they're breathing out throughout their spacewalk. Those are regenerative, so they have essentially a saturation point at which point they won't be able to remove any more CO2 as they're using a chemical process, using an oxide inside. Once all that oxide is used up, we're not removing any more CO2. So that's why we're keeping an eye on that and some of the other consumables throughout the spacewalk, just to determine how long we're going to be out the door. After spacewalks, though, those MEDOX canisters get removed and then they get put into a regenerative system. It's essentially an oven where we heat those canisters up. That breaks the bonds between that oxide and the carbon dioxide. That oxide can then be used again. That carbon dioxide gets dumped into the larger station atmosphere and then gets removed using the ECLSS, the life support system on board station. So that's how we're kind of constantly reusing and recycling these MEDOX canisters used in these spacesuits for spacewalks. Keeping an eye though, the crew lock section's still a little over 8.5 psi. We're counting down from about 14.7, which is what the station atmosphere is kept at. It's pretty close to what you have here at sea level. It's 14.7 psi. We're going to see the pressure continue to tick down in the crew lock section until we're at about 5, at which point Josh Cassada is going to essentially close the valve, turn that pump off, stop it from working so they can conduct those leak checks. And then after we're past the leak checks, we can start to get into the final depress and then the beginning of our spacewalk. Reminder, for the U.S. spacewalks, operationally we mark the beginning of a spacewalk is when the crew switches over to battery power, so it's after they're off those umbilicals and running solely on batteries inside the suits. At that point we will already be in a vacuum setting inside the airlock. And then we're going to continue the timer until they're back in the airlock at the very end. And once the hatch is closed and we start to get the repressurization of the airlock, that'll mark the official end.
V1 and 2, when the crew lock gets to 6.0 psi, expect alert tone.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies, thanks.
And the crew lock right now coming up on 7 psi. The crew's going to get an alert tone at 6. And then once we get to 5, they're going to close the isolation valve on that depressurization pump. It's going to stop it from drawing the atmosphere out, and then we'll step into those leak checks. You're going to hear them referred to as EV1, EV2. Just a reminder, EV1 for today is Frank Rubio. He's your lead spacewalker. lead spacewalker. He's going to be primed for all of the hatch operations when we're getting ready to exit the Quest airlock and when we're coming back at the end. And then EV2's Josh Cassada. This is the third spacewalk for this pair. They've already completed 2, each in excess of 7 hours. This one also planned to last about 7 hours. It's going to look very similar to the spacewalk that they just did back on December 3rd, where they installed one of these IROSA solar arrays. At this point, we're just going to a different power channel. So we're continuing to follow along. We're at about 6.5 psi inside the crew lock. So again, that next major checkpoint is going to be once we hit 5. And meanwhile, in the equipment lock section, we're continuing to see Nicole Man on the left, Kuichi Wakata there in the middle. He's got in his hand what's known as the depress repress cue card. That's where he's reading off the procedures to get the instructions to the crew. And we're below 6 psi now, so we're going to be coming up soon on that 5 psi hold point. They're going to continue to put the crew lock, or the equipment lock section, kind of back in order a little bit, and then they're going to move over to set up for the robotic operations for today. So they're going to be responsible for operating the Canadarm2, the big robotic arm, as they're going to be using that to...
Houston EV2, TCV's back to 4 again.
Again, they're going to be using that robotic arm. Josh Cassada is going to be...
Okay.
Houston copies, TCV4.
Houston EV1, not sure if I ever told you my TCV, I moved it to 6. It was before we transitioned to hot mic.
Copy 6.
And those values that you're hearing, their TCV, that's their temperature control valve. That's just a small dial that they have on the front of their spacesuits and that display and control module. And they use that to essentially actively control just how cool or how cold the cooling is inside their suits.
Depress pump manual ISO valve closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve.
And both of you expect the pump.
Everyone copy? And copy. That's on Creature. We are enclosed.
Just confirm depress pump manual ISO valve is closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Thank you. EV1 and 2, we do the leak check. So switch display status until leak check question mark displayed.
Check question mark for EV2. EV1.
And then switch display yes, hold for 2 seconds and follow displayed instructions.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
All right, so right now we're holding at 5 psi inside of that crew lock section where Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada are suited up. They're now stepping through leak checks on their spacesuits.
EV1, leak check complete. Leak check complete for EV2.
The check O2 actuator in EVA.
EV1 on work. In work for EV2.
And getting word, we've had 2 good leak checks, so both suits checked out, looking good for today. Next up, we're going to be able to step back in to start continuing with the depressurization of the crew lock area. So at this point, we're going to hear them essentially turn that depress pump back on, opening up that isolation valve. And then also opening up what's called the emergency MPEV. That's a manual pressure equalization valve. And those two are going to work in concert to continue dropping the pressure down. Now that depress pump's going to continue working until we're at about 2 psi inside the airlock, then that's going to get turned off. And then the rest of the atmosphere will go out via that emergency MPEV, that manual valve.
And O2 position EVA for EV2.
Copy that, thank you. For Josh, depress pump manual ISO valve to open, and both of you expect alert tone.
EV1 copy. EV2 copies. Depress pump man ISO valve coming to open.
Copy. Okay, Josh, depress pump manual ISO valve is already open, right?
Depress pump man ISO valve is open.
Thank you. EV1 and 2, monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5.
EV1 copy. EV2 copies.
And so by opening up that isolation valve, the depress is once again in work. So the depress pump, we're already at about 4.25 psi, so it's going to continue ticking down again until we get to about 2, and then all the work gets done by that manual pressure equalization valve to get the rest of the atmosphere that's going to get vented out. The pump saves all the atmosphere. The valve rejects it out into the vacuum of space, so we do lose a small amount of atmosphere with every single spacewalk, but it's largely a negligible amount, and we have the capability to continually essentially put breathing gases back into the station's atmosphere through cargo flights, but the majority of it just constantly being recycled by the different hardware on board. And just checking in, we're continuing with the depress of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. We're down just above 2. So again, after we get to 2, the pump's going to come off, and then it's over to a manual valve to vent out the rest.
Crew lock is at 2 psi. Depress pump manual ISO valve closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Okay, on UIA, switch depress pump power to off, OFF.
Depress pump power off, OFF.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll hand over to Nick for the follow-on depress Q card procedures. We'll talk with you from the robotics workstation.
Thanks, Luigi. Amazing job, 2 days in a row.
Couldn't agree more. Thanks, Guichi, Duke, for getting them all suited up and ready to go. And good morning / afternoon, Josh, Frank. Let's start by going through your tether config.
Hey, good morning, and thank you to the entire team for getting us here. Good job, and looking forward to working with you two. All right, so I will start. My waist tether. Go. Okay, so my red hook is on my right D-ring extender, gate closed, hook lock back on back. My red reel is unlocked. My yellow hook is over to my green reel, gate closed, hook lock black on black. Green hook is to my red reel, gate closed. It is unlocked. And then my anchor hook is on my mini workstation. My right waist tether is on my right D-ring extender, gate closed, hook lock black on black. And that goes over to Josh's anchor hook, and I can see both hooks are gate closed, hook lock, black on black. Josh, I'll go over to you. Okay. Starting with my left side, my left waist tether is gate closed, fighter lock, black on my D-ring extender. It goes to the D-ring extender of the airlock. And that hook is gate closed, fighter lock, black on black. Also on that left D-ring extender of mine, I've got a safety tether hook, gate closed, fighter lock, black on black. That is my 55-foot. That is unlocked and goes to my mini workstation. On my right side, I've got my safety tether pack, my red hook, gate closed, fighter lock, black on my D-ring extender. Red reel is unlocked. On that red reel is a green hook. It is unlocked. The yellow hook goes to my green reel. It is gate closed, fighter lock, black on black. That green hook, or that green reel is unlocked. And as Frank pointed out, my anchor for that safety tether pack is gate closed, fighter lock, black on black onto his waist tether, gate closed, fighter lock, black on black. And finally, my right waist tether is gate closed, slider lock, black on my right D-ring extender, and it goes to my mini workstation.
And Frank, Josh, we copy all. That is a good tether config.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, so quick status. We just heard the ground IV, that's NASA astronaut Nick Hague. He's going to be talking our two crew members through the spacewalk today, so he's the voice you'll be hearing from here in Mission Control. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio, EV1, Josh Cassada, EV2 in the crew lock. They're getting closer to vacuum. There's just about 1 pound per square inch of pressure still inside. It's going to continue to leak down. Once they get to about half of a PSI, they'll get the go to open up the hatch and begin this spacewalk today. Again, the operational start time for today is after they get off of those service and cooling umbilicals and switch their suits over to battery power.
Just checking in with you as we wait for the crew lock to get down to 0. One reminder, when it gets close, you can expect some alert tones. Big picture, in terms of timeline, Koichi and Duke did an awesome job. You guys were super efficient, and we're 10, 15 minutes up on the timeline. So we're just going to go nice and slow and methodical out the hatch, and let the MEDOX condition properly. And then also we're going to have a patch of some Radicom. We're going to be down KU. We should have S-band, so we'll try to maintain voice through that. So we may ask you to repeat some things if we don't hear them. Just want to give you a heads up.
Okay, we copy. Okay, thanks so much for the overview. E2 copies as well, Nick, and just a heads up, I went TCV to 5.5 just in case we find ourselves in a warm restart.
Copy, Josh. 5.5 on the TCV, and I've got the cuff checklist open.
All right, so the crew continuing to wait until we get that crew lock just about down to vacuum. We're less than a PSI. You just heard another reference to TCV. That's the thermal control valve. Anytime the crew's altering that, they're just giving a heads up to the team on the ground. It's a small dial that they have on the front of their suits.
So what we're going to look for is crew lock pressure less than a half PSI, and that can be from our telemetry down here, or if you see it on the DCM or the hatch gauge.
Copy, Nick.
And so probably looking at a couple more minutes until we get just below half a PSI, and they'll be able to step through the hatch operations. But you'll hear those TCV values standing for a thermal control valve. It's a small dial that goes between 0 and 10 on the front of their suits, and then the higher the number, the colder that they're making it. As the astronauts are working inside of the suit, again, you're in a completely sealed environment. You're essentially in a small spacecraft yourself. You're generating heat, and so we have an active heat rejection system to help keep them cool. They wear what's known as a liquid cooling and ventilation garment, or LCVG, that looks a little similar to long underwear, and then it has tubing throughout the entire thing that's able to run cold water around them. And so as they generate heat, that heat transfers into that liquid running around them, that then goes into the backpack section of the spacesuit, and ultimately gets to a place called the sublimator, and that's going to be using a physical process known as sublimation. So some of that water eventually turning into ice as it's exposed to vacuum, and then that ice sublimates, and by sublimating, we're going directly from a solid to a gas. That's what sublimation means. And so that ice turns into a vapor essentially as it's exposed to vacuum, and the act of sublimating draws energy from stuff around it. That's drawing that heat away from the water that's passing through the sublimator, and then it's cooled down and then goes right back through that liquid cooling garment. So that's essentially the process that we're using to help keep the crew members cool while they're working inside of the spacesuit. And they can control that freely throughout their spacewalk. They either start getting into a more intensive activity or spending a lot of time in direct sunlight, that can tend to heat up the suits, so they can actively turn up and turn down the cooling just however they need to throughout. And right now we're at about 0.6 psi, so a little bit further to go, at which point they'll get the go. So Frank Rubio, he's EV1 today. Once they're outside, you'll be able to recognize him by having the red stripes around the legs of his suit. And then Josh Cassada is EV2. This is going to be the third spacewalk that this pair has done together. Pretty much all of these have been focused on this work to continue upgrading the power generation system on the station. Just a couple of quick stats as we get ready. This is going to be the 257th spacewalk in support of station assembly and the 12th one out of the spacewalk this year. So again, the third one for them.
Sublimator pressure, airlock pressure of 0.4.
Frank, as a heads up, I've got a blank screen, but I have not navigated.
Okay. Mine went, once we hit 0.5, mine also went blank, but I can static down to sublimator P.
And Frank, copy your reading on the gauge. We see a little bit higher pressure here. We're going to wait just a little bit, 10 seconds to a handover. I'll catch you on the other side.
You want copy?
And so you just heard we're heading into a handover. So we're heading into a period where pretty much over the next 20 minutes we might have our video connection with the station kind of cutting in and out as we move through gaps in coverage between our teasers, our tracking data, and relay satellites. The good thing about spacewalks is we'll pretty much have wall-to-wall connection with the station in terms of video coverage once we're out the door. But for the next 20 minutes, it'll be a little bit ratty, so we might be comms only. But quick status, both Frank Rubio, Josh Cassada in the crew lock section of the airlock. They had 2 successful leak checks on their suits as we went through the depress. They have been moving about 10-15 minutes ahead of the timeline. Again, this is the third one this pair has done with the help of Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann to get suited up and get into the airlock itself. We're coming up on half of a PSI. Once we get a little bit below that, they'll get the go to start moving into some of the hatch operations and then getting their suits onto battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. In total, planned to last about 7 hours today with the goal of installing a new IROSA, an International Space Station rollout solar array that's going to further augment the station's power generation capability. So they already went through essentially a safety tether setup, as each of these crew members is going to be tethered to the station structure at all times throughout the spacewalk. So the first thing they do is just check the location of all those tethers before they head out the door.
Back with you. We see pressure less than 0.5 down here on the ground, so you're go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy. Go to open and stow. Good work.
And so Frank Rubio, EV1, just got the go to open and stow the EV hatch. That's the hatch that leads to the outside. That's going to give them open access out into the vacuum of space, after which they'll egress or exit the Station Quest airlock and begin the spacewalk today. So some of the first things they're going to do is split up. Josh Cassada moving off to get the space station's robotic arm ready.
Copy, Frank.
But Josh Cassada moving off to get the arm ready, but also start to prepare the IROSA for its removal from its temporary stow location, what's called the FSE. He's going to be releasing ARDS, anti-rotation devices. Those are just additional locks that are in place to help keep the IROSA secure on that temp site when they're packed into the trunk part of the Dragon spacecraft. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio is going to move out to the work site and begin routing some of the cables.
Emergency MPEV is closed.
Copy, Koichi.
And Koichi Wakata reporting the emergency MPEV. That's the manual pressure equalization valve that we use to get rid of the last bits of atmosphere.
Just want to confirm you've got the hatch stowed as well.
Affirmative.
Okay, so we're going to step into post-depress. So both of you, you're going to want to stagger your switch throws. Expect warning tones, but you're going to take power to bat.
Copy. Good work.
EV2 copies. I'll stand by, Frank.
Okay. My power back.
Copy. Here comes EV2. Is in bat, and I had found the display quickly. I saw power restart with the pipe.
Okay, copy. And Frank, if you want to display Switch Pro to verify functionality as well.
To be clear, Nick, I have not done that yet. Understand we have a go for Pro.
A-firm. You both are go.
I think I have a good display.
And good display for EV2 as well. Great news.
All right. So, Josh, you want to take power for EV1 and 2 to OFF and verify that all the 4 LEDs go out.
That IA power EV1, OFF, power EV2, OFF, all 4 LEDs are out.
Okay, you're both go to disconnect your
I think this
SPUs.
is expected.
Okay, one copy.
I'm going to throw this message. I think this is expected. Suit P high.
Hey, Josh, we didn't hear the message. If you could repeat.
SCU. I had a suit P high, and I throwed it. Assume that was expected.
And Josh, that is expected.
Good, I'm SCU for now.
Is your suit P gauge good?
Yeah, I'm showing 4.6. I think we just need to breathe it down.
Yep.
And Frank, Josh, we've got RADICOM right now. I want to let you know that that message was expected for Suit P high.
Copy. We agree. I'm showing down to 4.5 now and demating the SCU.
Copy. And you're both go to demate the SCUs, install the DCM cover, and then stow the SCU in its pouch.
One copy.
EV2 covers.
And so a lot of developments there real quick. So our spacewalk did officially start. Both of these crew members, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, switching their suits over to battery power at 7:19 a.m. Central Time. That's it.
Josh, your SCU stow is complete.
And EV1. EV1 IT is disconnected and stowed, and DCM covers on.
Copy, Frank. So, Josh, if you can check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
So for both of you, you'll take your TCV to max hot.
The max shot in work.
V2 is in max shot.
And copy, Josh.
And again, the official start time of our spacewalk today, 7:19 a.m. Central Time, 8:19 a.m. Eastern.
EV1 max shot.
Copy, Frank. And so you're both go to take your water switch to on.
Copy. EV1, water is on.
EV2, water is on.
And you'll check your DCM is blank and your byte is off.
Parameter for EV1.
Display blank and byte off for EV2.
Copy for both, and you're good to set your TCV as desired, and I'm 5 seconds from a handover.
EV1 copy.
And so a quick handover until we get comm back, but again, a lot has just unfolded. Our spacewalk officially started, 7:19 a.m. Central, 8:19 a.m. Eastern. Both the crew members in a fully depressurized airlock with the hatch open switched their suits over to battery power, kicking things off. After that, they had disconnected and stowed the SCU, the service and cooling umbilical, that up until that point was able to provide both power, cooling, fluids, and hardline communications. Those get stowed with the special cover over them until the very end of our spacewalk when they get attached back to their suits.
Welcome back. I am set at 5. Actually, 5.5.
EV2, TCV 4.
Copy, 5.5 and 4. We'll take a suit P gauge reading from both of you.
EV1, 4.3.
EV2, 4.3.
Okay, copy. And just to let you know, we're good suit parameters here on the ground. Your visors, you're going to be going out into daylight. And we are ready, Frank, for you to open the thermal cover.
Okay, copy that. And work.
And Frank, as you do that, you'll stow the hook on the stiffener tether point, cinch the strap, and then report the number of Sharpie lines.
Copy.
All right, so again, the crew underway with our spacewalk. That clock started ticking about 7.5 minutes ago at 7:19 a.m. Central Time. They've reconfigured a couple of different systems in the crew lock section, the service and cooling umbilicals. They double-checked that the...
Go to the tether point and I see 6 Sharpie lines.
Copy, Frank, 6 lines, and you're go to egress the airlock. And just for your guys' essay, we're still voice only for the next handful of minutes.
1 copy.
EV2 copies.
All right, Josh, you ready?
Ready.
Hey, go.
All right, so Rubio and Cassada starting to move out of the airlock.
You're looking to put your anchor down on the port stanchion of handrail 554.
Rubio will be first out as EV1. He's opening up a thermal cover. It's a small bit of protective covering that sits on the outside of the hatchway. They're going to be able to close that once they get outside. It just protects the interior of the airlock from different thermal concerns from direct sunlight. First thing out is, again, double checking some tether points, getting those ready, and then we're going to see these two spacewalkers split off to go do different tasks.
On the fourth expansion of 0554, Cape Close, Hooklock, flag on board.
Copy, Frank. That's a good config. So you're go to put Josh's anchor on the aft D-ring.
Copy.
And so the first tethers they're working with are the anchor ones. These are one of several that they're going to use to remain tethered to the station structure at all times. Frank's got a handrail right outside, and as he's first out, he'll be able to attach Josh's anchor, which is currently attached to one of his own waist tethers to a different ring just outside of the airlock.
Right, Josh, you are on the D-ring, gate close, Hooklock, flag on board. Copy. And just verify something real quick. Okay, we're both in good config. Your anchor still says ED1 pack. I just wanted to verify it was all correct. Okay. And I see my tether pack to the 0554, and your tether pack is going back inside. Again, gate close, Hooklock, black on block to the aft ring.
Hey, copy all, Frank.
Go. Go ahead.
Yep, no, Frank, we concur. Good path. Your go to release, Josh, you can release your waist tether.
Copy. I'm going to pick up my waist tether from the D-ring extender.
All right, so getting those initial tether points in place as both move to get out of the airlocks. We should be getting video comm back with the station in about 4 minutes.
I am tethered to the mic bag, and you have a go to release. I will bring the part small with me.
Okay, Nick, so Nick has got a CRT Brett on the M bag. He's also got it on his CRT. And I'm going to go ahead and release the big hook from inside, and we'll take that with us, if you agree.
Those are good words, Josh.
All right, Frank, here comes the hook.
Okay. We're going to release.
And right now, Josh Cassada working to retrieve and hand over a crew lock bag that has the power cables that we're going to be using.
Copy.
You are clear. Comes at a really bad angle when you come out, so it'll be right in your face. You ready for it?
Okay. Copy. Thank you.
And Frank Rubio is going to take that bag.
You guys are in a good config. Frank, you're going to position to the forward side of the airlock for Josh's egress.
Okay, I am there.
So again, stepping through this initial egress, exiting of the airlock activity. Frank Rubio already outside the airlock, getting ready to give the go for Josh to move outside as well. Now, once they get outside and we're able to get this video comm back in the next 2 to 3 minutes, they'll get the goes to turn on their HECA, which, if you love acronyms.
And Frank, Josh, once you guys are both outside, the first thing we'll have you do is turn on your HECA.
You want copies?
It looks like I'm getting hung up, but my PGT is clear. Can you see?
What? Your PGT is clear. I think.
There we go.
Yeah, just.
Might have just been
There you go. Yeah, I think it was your foot just slightly set.
Okay.
Okay, and next EV1 goes on.
Copy, Frank.
Okay, once we get video back, they'll be turning the HECAs on. We heard that call, or that go from Nick Hague down here on the ground. Now, HECA, that's H-E-C-A. That's an acronym with acronyms inside of acronyms. HECA stands for the High Definition.
Once you're in a good position, let me know. We'll start buddy check.
Okay.
High Definition Extravehicular Activity Mobility Unit Camera Assembly. So
Matt, or the thermal cover first, I guess, buddy check. I'm ready when you are.
Okay.
Oops, let me get my HECA on.
Okay, sir.
I'm kidding about that sun.
Yep, I don't see a green LED.
Oh.
There it is. That's it on.
Okay.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start with you. So, it's a good HECA light, good WVS, although that's hard to tell, to be honest, with the sun is super bright in my eyes. Coming down, let's see, 1, 2, 3 caps, up. A little bit to your left, please. Two safety handles are down. And your tools and tethers look like they are in a good state.
Okay, copy that. Got your WVS. And if you move your left hand just slightly. Oh, man, I don't see your HECA. Is that on? Can you see it in your mirror? Actually, I don't.
Yep, it's on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, I've got both.
Yep.
And I've got 3 tabs up. And let's see, your safer handles. These visors back up. And rotate to your left so I can see. There you go, I got both. Those safer handles are down. And finally, your tool config. The bag is hanging down at your knee, but I think that'll be fine.
Okay, thank you.
And your tether looks good.
Okay.
So I've got a dry hat. And I've got good buddy checks.
And I also have a dry hat. So if you're with us, we have good buddy checks for both EV1 and EV2.
Yeah, copy, Frank. Josh, we're back with you, and we're picking up KU now. We should have video here shortly. We copy good buddy checks. Just wanted to confirm that the reels were unlocked. We might have missed that before, and then after that, it'll be close the thermal cover.
And
2 unlocked.
EV1, the reels unlocked.
Copy. Thanks for double checking that for us. Your go to close the thermal cover.
Sure. The thermal cover is closed.
It doesn't look like it's staying. Okay. I think that that little D-ring is probably in the way. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a good check. You want to make sure that that D-ring strap's not over the magnet.
And that is now clear.
I agree. Looks good.
Thermal cover is closed.
Copy. So, Frank, you're going to translate out to the green hook location. You're leading the way. Just a reminder for no fare leading.
Okay, copy that. En route over to the starboard seat coast. Josh, a little bit.
Okay, I'll be there with you.
All right, well, with that, we heard Frank and Josh going through what's called buddy checks. As you can imagine, it's hard to get a good look at your own suit.
There, Josh, as you're following, just a reminder for the caution to watch out for the tuck cable.
Everyone copy. Thank you.
Maybe 2 copies, thank you.
And so the buddy checks, each of these astronauts gets a look at the other, verifying that they see lights for things like their HECA, the helmet cams, and then the various...
Josh, I'm at the top of the feeder spur.
Okay, good. I'm on the feeder spur.
Again, looking at things like the safer handles, making sure they're not engaged, things of that nature. And it looks like we're starting to get our first helmet camera view. So this is number 20, so this should be Frank Rubio, whose first task is going to be to head out to the actual site where we're going to be installing the IROSA today and start routing some of the cables. And so he's got, it's essentially 2 cables, but they're going to be functioning as 2 different Y connectors. So one end of the cables is split into 2 pieces. One end goes into the new IROSA once it's there, the other into a connection for the existing solar array, and then those get plugged in to the 4A power channel. And so by installing all these, once the IROSA is in place, we're essentially going to be integrating the IROSA and the existing array into the same power channel.
Already out there.
Yep, copy. And so, Frank, you're going to be looking for handrail 3652. That should be just nadir of the starboard seat cart.
3652.
And then each of the handrails on the outside have numbers.
Your handrail is 3651 on the nadir stanchion.
Copy, 3651 nadir stanchion.
But each of those handrails will have numbers engraved into them, so that's what they can use to help kind of find their way. And this is just looking right over the shoulder of Frank Rubio as he starts to head out to the work site to start routing some of those cables. Meanwhile, Josh Cassada splitting off.
Houston, space to ground 3 for Koichi or Duke for robotics.
And for both
I'm at the starboard seat cart.
and copy, you're at the starboard seat cart.
Just wanted to let you guys know before you head into your midday meal that Josh and Frank are about 10 minutes up on the timeline, so they may be given that call to start robotics off a little early. You guys are go for steps 1 and 2 whenever you are ready before then. We'll give all of our robotics calls Duke on space to ground 3.
Frank, Josh, while you guys are working on your green hooks there, I'm going to read off some warnings and cautions, if that's okay.
Next, just for your awareness, my green hook is down on the inboard stanchion of 3652. I'm en route to the bag.
Copy, Frank.
EV2 is ready for those cautions.
And so there's a warning.
EV1 also ready.
There's a warning for the grapple shafts and the cervic coupling teeth that there are no touch. And then for the FSC, it's a reminder to translate slow, less than 4 inches per second. Wait for motion to dampen out before imparting loads. don't translate simultaneously, and avoid contact with irosive blankets and solar cells.
You want copy?
EV2 copies, thanks.
And the ground IV for today, Nick Hague reading out a couple of cautions. Anytime we do these spacewalks.
So you've got a good green hook down. You're going to work on bundling the cable bag and then translating outboard. And Josh, 3651, you might have to wait for Frank and maybe able to give him a hand getting that bundle together.
Yeah, I agree. I think I will have to wait. Good.
And big picture for both of you, we're about 10 minutes up on the timing with our eclipse, so we're good just working this slow and methodical and conditioning the MEDOX the right way.
Sounds great.
Sounds good, thanks, man.
Station Houston on space.
EV2, TCV is now 5.5.
Copy, Josh, 5.5.
Josh Cassada with another TCV call out, again just adjusting the thermal control valve on his suit, just how cool he's making it, and the number goes between 0 and 10. The higher the number, the colder it is.
Space ground 3 today for our ground call since 2 is going to the Russian segment.
Okay.
Josh?
Hi. I think I will have to wait to get to that 3651 if you agree. Doesn't look like we want to do that. Have me go past you.
Okay.
I can certainly help here if you need it.
Okay, great. Give me just 1 second to get this.
Okay. If you want me to, I can connect this large small that's off of the M bag to the cable bag, but I don't want to mess you up.
Yeah, if you think there's a point that we can draw tension off of, or at least lock it out, maybe on the far side there.
You want to lock it out?
Yeah, just because I want the bags kind of tight together.
I think so you want it retracting, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't.
let it retract all the way and then lock it so it doesn't come out any further.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
yeah. But I think if you pull on it when it's locked out like that, it'll continue to let some out, not reel back in.
Okay.
You might not want to do that.
All right.
But up to you. If you want, it is connected. You let me know if you want it locked out.
Thank you. Yeah, you can just leave it unlocked.
You are large, small from the M bag, go onto the cable bag on one of the external D-rings.
Yeah, it's just not going to give it enough tension here. Is the bag still attached?
Yeah. Yep. The bag.
Actually, you have that. Yep. Okay, great.
You preferring to switch the BRT to the cable bag?
No, I just wanted to see if I could get it tighter here. From flopping around so much.
I could put the integral on there if you want, instead of the large small. But that all,
Yeah,
you can't.
are you able to put, oh, here, I got it from here. And actually, I may just undo it. Well, no, it'll keep it. Are you able to now release it?
The large small?
I IDA bag. I'll just keep the large small words up. So I am ready to the mic bag, and the mic bag is routed in 2 locations to the IDA bag. I can see it, we're clear to release it from Cedar Court.
Okay. I can confirm that it is routed, the large small is connected. You have the other one.
Yep.
So I'm going to release this from block or square alpha, and I'll leave it free. Unless you wanted it.
If you can hook it back up, that'd be great. Just to thank you.
All right. There you go.
Awesome. Josh.
No problem.
And Frank, Josh, want to let you know that we have good HECA and are following along now with video as well as voice. So Frank, you got that bundled up, good work. And you're going to translate out to the work side, note in here to about a fair lead zenith of the port TFR as you go out.
Copy that. Thanks, Nick. And yeah, thanks to Josh for helping getting that bundled.
Oh, no problem. It's good.
All right, picking up my local and heading. Josh, do you mind if I go first here? Or you heading later?
I'm heading later.
Okay.
All right, with the bag handoff now complete, again, our spacewalkers are going to go 2 separate directions right now. For Frank Rubio, he's going to be heading over to the canister, essentially the area where we're actually going to be installing the new solar array. He's going to pre-route some of the cables that are going to be required to essentially jumper the new solar array into the power channel itself. So he'll get those laid out and tied down in advance of the array itself showing up. Meanwhile, Josh Cassada going to move over to the FSE, the flight support equipment. It's essentially the cargo pallet.
Outboard TFR, there is a long duration that's holding the brake arms in place. So it's going to keep me from being able to boot my cord up and over the TFR.
Yeah, copy, Frank. Understand the config. Idea is to separate you, Zenith, and keep Josh Nader. So if you can go over and around the whole TFR, that'll achieve the same end.
Yeah, that's the problem is I don't know if you can see it on the HECA here, but well, let me see if I can rotate it around here. It doesn't quite have enough slats to come off the top of the TFR, so I'm not able to go up and over.
Yeah, copy that, Frank. Can you take the tether over the top of the brake handle? Yeah, Frank, if you can put it up there, it should help us keep that separation.
Okay. I'll just put it up and over the width. It'll have a little bit better.
Copy. Sounds like a good plan. Frank, as you head out, we'll just want to check that you've got your gauntlets in place.
Yeah, both gauntlets are down and covering the metal portion.
Copy all, thanks. And Frank, I'm going to knock out a couple cautions for you here on the mass canister. So no sudden movements, slow motion, less than 4 inches per second on the BGN, the mod kit, avoid cyclic loading. Watch the snag hazard on the battery and AT cables on the IEA. And you've got a 40-pound max load on the mod kit.
Yeah.
So a few quick call-outs from Ground IV Nick Hague there. We're just about 35 minutes into today's spacewalk. So we're into the first major task of the day for each of these two.
Down, just a heads up, having these safety tethers, especially the 55-foot that isn't really retracting very well. It is unlocked. It's not real strong, just creating some snag hazards. So I'm just taking my time to make sure we don't create anything.
Okay, thanks, Josh. We're doing that.
Yeah, and copy that, Josh.
All right, Nick, I'm at 5107.
Copy. That's the handrail for the cable bag.
Copy.
You want to position the lid hinge toward the center of the IEA if you can, and use the ORU tether points if needed. And Josh, now that you've got your green hook down, it's translating up to the crew lock bag Tango, and so placing a fair lead on the port seated cart and going up and around stanchion Alpha.
And again, at this point, a little more than 36 minutes into today's spacewalk, both spacewalkers moving out to their first major task. EV1 Frank Rubio heading out to the work site. He just got some cautions read from the Ground IV Nick Hague, essentially just reminding him not to make any sudden movements, impart a lot of loads into what's called the mass canister, the mod kit. This is the hardware that's installed to attach the new rollout solar array to position it over the existing one. He's heading out there with a cable bag that has some cables in it, and he's going to pre-deploy some of those.
This is a little bit of an issue coming out here. You sure you want me to go more zenith? My fairly?
Yeah, Josh, you've got the best eyes on in the situation there. These fair leads were intended to keep separation, but if you don't think it's necessary, you don't have to do it.
Okay. Sounds good. Frank, if you need it on the CFR, it'll be there for you, but okay, I'm not seeing the need.
All right, copy.
So in this view, we can see, and we were just hearing Josh Cassada, he's EV2.
So Josh, your next task is going to be putting an adjustable equipment tether on the stanchion Alpha for the beam stow task that's going to happen later.
Okay, understood. I'm going to take another minute and manage all the stuff here on my mini workstation. It's a bit of a pain.
Yep, understand. Lots of adjustables and rets.
And running through just a couple of things we're looking at. So you can see Josh Cassada there in the bottom left, just above him, the large white pallet with the cross point on the very top. That's the FSE, the flight support equipment. That's the temporary stowage point right now for these IROS solar arrays. That's what they were essentially packed on top of as they rode up in the trunk of the cargo Dragon vehicle. Those two circular pieces you can see, that is the IROSA for today, the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array. They arrive folded up. They're going to be translated or moved over to the install point in this folded up configuration before they get unfolded and unfurled by the spacewalkers. The first major task for Josh Cassada is going to be releasing ARDSs, anti-rotation devices. These are just safety connections in place to prevent any rotation as the arrays and the equipment carriers getting loads imparted on it during any launch or ascent or robotic motion. So those are going to get released, and then they're going to get ready to remove the FSE beams. These are two support beams running perpendicular over the top of the IROSAs that are there to hold them in place. Obviously, we need to release those before we can slide the IROSA out and begin carrying it over to the work site. So he's going to first release those anti-rotation devices and then step into that beam release. He's going to be joined in that beam release activity once Frank Rubio has completed routing those initial cables. Again, those cables that Frank Rubio is routing, he's got essentially two, but there are a couple of cables bundled together. They're going to be Y connectors with one end with 2 points, one going into the new solar array, one connecting to the legacy solar array. Both of those coming together to then connect into the power channel, allowing them both to continue to provide power to the 4A. So looking through Frank Rubio's helmet cam, you can see some of those cables. He's going to get those essentially routed through some of the different fixtures and wire tied down very close to where they're ultimately going to be connected. We're not going to make those connections until the solar array itself is in place and we are in an eclipse.
And Frank, following along, saw you get the cable out of the cable bag. So you're going to head over to that left side of the mod kit and stow the crew lock bag.
Routing work, that's it.
And looking at Josh Cassada, he's moving up to the FSE. Again, that's the large white pallet you can see with the two targets on it. And then there's the IROSA, and it's folded up in completely furled configuration. At the very end, on either end, we're looking at are the booms for the IROSA itself. And those are, after it's completely unfolded and unfurled, those are what's going to provide the actual structural support for those solar cells in the middle. He got a couple of cautions just as he got over here. Again, we're trying not to impart any major loads, so not really rocking anything as they work to attach. They're not going to be moving simultaneously once they're both on the FSE, and they don't want them touching any of the blankets where those solar cells are on IROSA. So you're going to continually hear these call outs for just different cautions and warnings.
I understand it's handrail 12, is that correct?
And affirmative, that's handrail 12 on that stanchion alpha, right there in your hand.
And as Cassada gets closer to his eventual stopping point, he's going to get himself tethered in to this area. Then he's going to break out the PGT, the pistol grip tool. You can see it attached to his mini workstation. You can see the small number 3 on it.
And I assume we're going to use the forward stanchion, so I'm just going to leave that hanging. You're okay with that?
Yep, and copy, Josh. That looks good.
Okay, I think you're going to let me get rid of this long duration tight untether next, am I right?
That's affirmative. That's going to go on the tower handrail. And Frank, I see you stringing the crew lock bag in between the lower strut and the mid strut. After you get that in a good position, you're going to retrieve the square scoop from inside crew lock bag M.
And again, coming up, we're gonna see Josh Cassada using the PGT, the pistol grip tool. It's more or less the electric drill that we use to interact with pretty much every bolt that you'll see. We're going to hear a number of settings called out. That pistol grip tool has the capability of dialing in exactly how much torque you want to be imparting, how quickly, how many rotations per minute it's conducting. You can limit the amount of torque that it's going to impart, and then it has a LED display readout where the crew member is able to see how many turns it's completed. And to give you an idea, we planned these spacewalks out to the point where we know how many turns that we're expecting them to have to do, and then giving them very precise instructions on just how much torque and things of that nature.
Take that scoop over to the mounting bracket. You're going to install it at that 45-degree angle as it points inboard to the station. You'll want to confirm that's locked before you release the rod.
Yep.
And then throughout, you might also hear reference to a scoop. That's another tool that the crew members have access to. They're essentially equipment aids for handling things. They're handles that they can attach to different payloads, to structures.
45 degrees to the right, and it is locked really correct.
Copy, Frank. Good install on the scoop.
And so Frank Rubio just installed a scoop that is essentially a temporary handrail for him now.
See that you've got the long duration on the tower handrail. That's a good location for it. When you finish up there, we'll want you to check your left safer handle. We think we might have seen it in video as a little bit up.
Okay.
And looking at a brief handover now, we should get video back pretty quickly this time, though. We won't have another long gap for quite a while, but we are still into the first major task for each of these spacewalkers as they continue to work through. We were about 10 to 15 minutes ahead in the timeline so far. Even if we get too far ahead, we'll have to wait at some point in the spacewalk just to make sure when we get to the cable connection part, we're in an eclipse.
On the tower, and
Copy, Josh. And we're back with you. Just had a short handover there.
okay, thanks, Nick. Both handles are down.
Copy. Thanks for checking that. Josh, for you, the next...
Thank you for catching it.
Yeah, no problem. The next thing for you is going to be retrieving the socket caddy from inside the crew lock bag tango and stowing it on the external using a ret, and then you're going to do your socket swap for the 12-inch 7/16.
Nick, I'm looking at the right side soft capture. It looks like it was kind of in a capture position, so we go ahead and cycle it and reset it.
Yeah, I copy that, Frank. And any words on how it feels when you're cycling it would be appreciated.
Okay. It's kind of medium amount of friction, so not quite as hard as those on the left on the previous one, but not nearly as easy as the one on the right on the previous one.
Okay, understand. And we're back with the video, so I see you're making headway on routing the right cables.
And so this view from Frank Rubio's helmet camera is, again, he's working to route some of those cables. These are going to be the power connection cables that's going to integrate the newly deployed iROSA into the 4A power channel on board the station. And so he's getting these into essentially their initial connection point. He's going to tie them down using some wire ties and some other harnesses to secure these so they're not just kind of floating around freely, making sure he's leaving enough slack for the eventual connection themselves. These won't get connected to the arrays themselves until we're in an eclipse, as being out of direct sunlight is the primary inhibit for making sure that the solar arrays aren't generating electricity and we're not plugging into something actively generating. So at some point we will have to wait for an eclipse. We are timed to hopefully hit that pretty much on the money as we plan out all of the other activities, as this is now the second one of these installs that this pair of crew members has done, completing their last one in just a little over 7 hours. This today a planned 7-hour spacewalk, at which point right now we are 50 minutes and 40 seconds into, still in the first major task. So
socket swap is in work.
Copy, Josh.
And while Frank Rubio is working on this cable routing, Josh Cassada over at the FSE getting ready to release what's known as the ARDS, the anti-rotation devices.
Josh, in terms of where you're going to put that 2-inch, your trash bag or on the socket caddy, it's your call.
It's got to be one of those two, is that right?
Yeah, copy. That's your two choices.
So he's going to have two of these.
On the removal, there's too much in the trash bag, so I'll have to put it on the socket caddy.
He's going to have two of these ARDs to release, and he's got to attach some tethers to them, as these ones are not what's called captive bolts. So captive bolt, once you unscrew it, it stays in kind of a captive fitting. In this case, these don't have it. So he's going to be attaching a tether to them to make sure he captures them, and then can bring them in his bag and not just let them float off. In the meantime, he's also breaking out that PGT, the pistol grip tool, making sure he has the right socket size on it, and then we'll hear the call out of the different settings that he's going to be using before he starts using that to drive some of these bolts and release these anti-rotation devices.
Good pull test on the removal.
Copy, Josh.
Full test on the install.
That's good news. And so, Josh, you're going to translate over to the Charlie 12 bolt, and that's near Stanchion Alpha.
Say that. It seems like you're making pretty good time over there. Cool.
I was, and then my safety tether and other plans, but I just got it messed up, so I'm probably just back to normal timeline here.
Okay.
And you guys are both making great progress, so no rush.
Thank you, Nick.
Station on 3 for Robo.
Koichi, Houston 51-3, go ahead.
I'm looking at the SSC-20. This is the Heckler camera split screen views, but on the left side I see a nice Heckler view, but the right side, the split screen view shows no WDS video, and we don't see any EV camera views as expected.
And like after I have one wire tied down with 3 turns, can I release my rat cable?
And Koichi, we copy. We think we'll need to get.
And Frank, you need to have 2 wire ties with 3 twists holding down the cable to release your red. So we need you to put it under that next wire tie.
Okay.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
Okay, Nick, let's talk about ARD. I see AR3 here at C12.
Okay, copy that. And so you'll attach your adjustable from your trash bag to that ARD tether point, and then when you're ready, I've got TGT settings for you.
That's great.
And just a reminder, that tether point is not the long lanyard, it's the physical metal tether point.
Thank you. Okay, I've got my adjustable on it, and that adjustable is routed back to my mini workstation, and I will go for my PGT.
Copy, Josh.
And Nick, well, I guess we'll see. I was going to ask if that tab's going to move out of the way. I need to reach in there and persuade it, but I think it might want to go once we go counterclockwise a little bit.
Yep, you're thinking the same thing that I am. There's no spring loading or anything, so when you loosen it up, if it doesn't rotate out of its way, you may have to nudge it.
That's good. Okay, we are woken up and calibrated.
Copy, Josh. So it's going to be Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, I got Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
That's a good read back.
This is the one that's 6 to 10.
6 to 10 turns. Yep. 6 to 10 turns. You're going just to loosen it. Don't exceed those 10. It's not captive.
And like those cables are in place. I had to disconnect the cables because just to kind of undo the rat's nest that it formed. Do you want me to connect them back? They both look like they're in a good configure.
And that's a negative, Frank. We were expecting them to be disconnected anyway, so it's in a good config.
Got it. Oh, great.
I counted 10. You don't see revolutions on there. I see torque, low torque, but I don't see number of revolutions, but I counted 10.
Yep, and that's expected, Josh. So hopefully that block is loosened up and you're able to rotate it out of the way.
Let's see.
check on the left soft capture features. The centermost one is engaged and in the proper config. Again, kind of medium fiction. And the left one is in the capture, or correction, in the engaged position. So I'm going to go ahead and cycle that one and also set it in the right position.
Copy all, Frank. Thanks.
And all three soft captures are in the proper config.
Copy, Frank.
Next for ARD.
With you, Josh.
Next. Yeah, so I can see pretty good play there with the tab and the washers. Is that what you expect? Didn't go too far, I don't think. No, it is out of the way now.
Yep, if it's loosened, you should be able to pull that, if you can reach that lanyard that's there to assist you in the reach.
I understand that. I was seeing pretty good length on there with some washers that are free, but I mean, they're contained. They're just sliding up and down, but we got it. ARD is removed. And I'm going to get set up for driving it back in.
And we can see it just floating there in the center. That was one of those two ARD's anti-rotation devices that Josh Cassada is working on removing. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio still over at the work site preparing for the arrival of the IROSA, routing those cables. He also cycled through the three soft capture devices. There's three. They'll look very similar to handles when you see them on your screen that are once the IROSA is slid into place, those handles will engage and we'll have a soft capture. So that just helps to maintain an alignment and then allows these crew members to drive the 8 mounting brackets that will securely fasten IROSA onto that mounting station. And we are a little over an hour and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, everything kicked off at 7:19 a.m. Central when the crew switch over to their battery power on their spacesuits. Still in the first primary task. Right now, one of 2 anti-rotation devices over holding the IROSAs in place has been removed. Josh Cassada working on removing number 2. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio working on securing those power cables that are going to get connected after the IROSA is secured in place. Also making sure that the soft capture system is ready for its arrival. After he's complete, he's going to start translating back over to where Josh Cassada is working at the IROSA itself on that temporary stow site, that flight support equipment area where we can see Cassada working right here. Then the two are going to work to release a pair of beams. There are beams laying perpendicular across the IROSA itself. Those have been in place to help hold them throughout all of the launch and arrival, and those are going to get removed. And then after that, we'll be able to start actually relocating this IROSA over to its ultimate install site. In order to do that, Josh Cassada is going to get into a foot restraint on the robotic arm.
Copy, Josh. That's a good bolt. So we're going to translate over to C11, which is stanchion delta.
And I see why we only got 4. If you guys could see it in the HECA, I'm happy with this config. It definitely is not going anywhere.
No, we're happy. Yeah, Josh, we're happy with the config. We can't see it. The HECA, just for your SA, is got a face full of IROSA.
What happened is the bolt, the block is rotated counterclockwise, and when I went to drive back in, it just catches on it is caught on the lip of the C12. It is definitely in there and not going anywhere.
Copy all. Everybody on the ground's happy.
Like what?
Sounds good.
Sounds like just like what happened to me there, Josh.
Oh, it did? Okay. Yep. Sorry, I missed that last time.
And Frank, I see you making headway with the left wire harness.
I found it.
And so in this split screen view, we're looking over the shoulder of Frank Rubio on the left there, EV1 for today's spacewalk. On the right, that's Josh Cassada, EV2. Again, they're at separate locations right now, going through these first major tasks of getting this new rollout solar array installed. Frank Rubio now working to secure one of the wire bundles using a number of wire ties. He's going to be attaching these to different handrails. And this is just to keep those cables secure. He's going to make sure he has enough slack built into that for the ultimate connections that these are going to make to the mounting bracket area, and then ultimately down.
Struggle with the lanyards, and explains why Frank decided to break his last time.
It definitely crossed my mind.
I was like, you think I was premeditated?
Just so long, this air D tether. Yeah. I'm going to be really deliberate about what I loosen. Release, it's going to be hand heavy adjustable that is anchored on my main workstation. Dual tether point. Out the red that goes to it. Okay.
All right, Nick, before I leave the worksite here, left cable bundle is down and wire tied in 2 locations. I can see that we have good reach to the bracket location here, and the 2 sides are engaged. And then I have 3 soft captures in the proper location. Anything else you need me to do here?
Yeah, and Frank, if you can just confirm that the MOI is kind of clear, that plane on top of the mod kit, make sure there's no interference there. You probably have good eyes for that. Otherwise, let's head back to the cable bag.
Okay. And I see good config for MOI on both sides.
Good news.
All right, well, coming up on 1 hour, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk, just heard some good reports out from Frank Rubio, EV1 for today. Right now he's over at the ultimate install point for the IROSA, securing 2 different cables that we have. Each of these is essentially going to be a wide jumper connecting the newly installed IROSA and the legacy solar array down into the power channel itself. So As part of the preparation work, he's been securing those cables.
The cable bag is closed, and then you're going to translate inboard to the port seated cart and link back up with Josh for the FSC.
Okay. Can we just leave it open because we're going to be putting the mod kit back in here later. Can I at least just use the Velcro?
Just Velcro. You don't have to use straps to keep it closed, but we'd like to have the top on it.
Copy that.
Mike, we're going to try to keep that from happening this time.
Sounds like.
I understand we're doing Bravo 3 counterclockwise 2.
Those are good settings. 6 to 10 turns.
I do have my adjustable on the ARD.
And copy. And we can see it in your HECA.
And right now, Frank Rubio making his way over to join Josh Cassada at this FSE where the solar array is currently stowed. Cassada working to remove that second anti-rotation device, and then once that's out, he'll be done with that task. He'll swap out one of the sockets on his pistol grip tool before they get ready to remove the support beams.
Copy 10 turns, Josh.
And we'll be able to see these support beams once we get into their helmet cam. You can actually see a little bit from this view in the lower left-hand corner if you see that white bar that's going across the upper part of the array running left to right. That is one of the two support beams holding IROSA in place on this transporter, and those are both going to get released before we can roll the IROSA out of its temporary spot.
And as our bag is closed, everything's inside. I'm ready to start translating back.
Copy, Frank. Thanks for doing that for us. And so you're going to head back in, port seated cart, and then you're going to go to stanchion alpha on the FSC, and then I'll have words for you there. And Josh, got a good video of both ARDs released.
I'll try to keep them out of the way. I don't see a way of anchoring them now. And I'm going to get them tangled up again.
Yep, understand. We're going to offload those as soon as we can.
And then with that view and those words, both of the ARDs, the anti-rotation devices holding...
90 degrees, you okay with me just driving it in that orientation?
Like I see Josh, I see his color, and I'm all clear.
Yep, copy. Frank, you're go to translate, and Josh is in a good position. And Josh, the settings are Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Are you go with dragging here in 90 degrees off?
And that's affirmative. The orientation of the block doesn't matter. We're just trying to secure it so drive to torque.
Okay, sounds good. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set. Thank you. All right, I got 4 turns on that. I got a low torque. Let's get it. 4 turns. I could get a headlight here for low torque, so we'll get it again.
Affirm, hit it again.
Now the green light, so I'd say 4 turns, it barely moved, and I'm showing 11.8 on the torque.
Copy, Josh. That's a good bolt. So you're good to stow that PGT. And actually, if you don't have to stow it, you're going to translate over to crew lock bag T. You're going to get rid of the yards into crew lock bag T and then do a socket swap.
Okay, understood.
And Frank, I see you up on the FSC, so we want to make sure that we're not translating both at the same time.
Okay, copy that. And I am over by Bravo.
Copy, Frank. And when Josh, if you hold your position there, Frank, when Josh gets over by the crew lock back Tango, I'm going to have you move over to Alpha, and we've got some steps to release some bolts.
Okay, copy.
You want who to hold position?
Yep, Frank, you hold position. Josh is picking up his BRT and translating. Once he's in a position, then I'll get you over to Alpha, and we'll get you settings for the PGT.
Okay, copy.
Frank, I'm moving.
All right, well, at this point in the spacewalk, 1 hour, 17 minutes, 5 seconds in.
I'm translating your go.
Okay, and I'm to Alpha.
Okay, copy that, Frank. So you can head over to Alpha, and we're going to drive bolt C7 and C8 on that FSE beam. So once you're in a good position, I'll give you the PGT settings. And Josh, you're looking to get rid of those ARDs with the adjustable and the red, and then also you're going to swap back to that 2-inch rigid.
Understood.
All right, and I'm at Alpha. Good, buckle down.
Okay, copy that, Frank. And so you're looking for Charlie 7 and Charlie 8 bolts on the top of the beam, and you're going to release those.
I see him.
It's a Bravo 7 setting, so you want to have a good position.
Copy.
Got another set of ARDs here to deal with.
Few views of planet Earth from Frank Rubio's helmet cam. The station just flying just to the south of Liberia, and just making a pass over Western Africa as we're 1 hour, 18 minutes, 40 seconds in.
The ret went to an adjustable, and that adjustable went to the previous set of ARDs, but I'm just seeing him go to an adjustable that goes to a wrench and the ARDs. I'm just looking for my anchor point for the for my deposit here.
Yep, understand. And you're go to use any tether point that you can find.
So the first major task complete for both of these spacewalkers. Frank Rubio successfully setting up cables.
I'm ready for the settings.
Okay, Frank, it's Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2. Copy.
And you're going to release to 8 to 11 turns.
Okay, doesn't matter which one I do first.
Order doesn't matter.
Copy.
my ARD, the other, is connected to a different adjustable that's in there, but it's not the one that had the ARDs on it before. So I'm going to go ahead and stuff that in and release my red.
And we're good with that.
And like Charlie 8 is released, 9 turns.
Copy, 9 turns, good release on Charlie 8.
And again, Frank Rubio completed his first major task of the day. He's now over at the IROSA, getting ready to release some of these beams. We hear him working with his PGT, his pistol grip tool. That's the drill that they're able to manipulate bolts. You're hearing different callouts.
Copy, 10 turns, good release on C7.
Frank is going to need to get into this bag, is that correct?
That is correct. And Josh, you don't have to worry about the lanyards themselves. The white cables can hang out of the bag.
Yeah, I think they might be in a snag hazard, but they're in now. Frank, I'm going to switch over to my 5/8 and start working on some beams.
Alpha from here. Correction, Mr. Bravo.
And stand by, Frank. We're sorting out the best order of events right now.
Okay, got it.
Full test on the 12-inch. Moving over to the sample caddy with it.
And copy, Josh. Okay, Frank. Yeah, we're going to have you pick up what we were nominally planning. So you're going to go over to Stanchion Bravo, and we're going to start work over there. So you're good to translate over there while Josh is working the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy. Work.
Full test of the 12-inch on the second caddy.
And copy, Josh. I didn't copy a pull test on that.
You did not? All right, good pull test on the 2-inch and moving over to the PGT.
All right, now this view, we see both of our spacewalkers for today.
So I got my 2-inch on here, Frank and Nick.
Okay, copy.
Frank Rubio on the right in the suit with red stripes.
You're no longer translating.
I am no longer translating.
Awesome.
Josh Cassada on the left.
Josh, you're going to head over to Stanchion Charlie.
Working right now to rotate 2 support beams that are currently holding the solar array in place.
2 is depressed with the pit pin in the proper location. Good pull test.
And copy, Frank. That's a good pull test and tip pins in on Charlie 2. You're also going to retrieve the red and adjustable from the trash bag and hook that on to the closest beam handrail stanchion.
And so they're going to be working in tandem. They're going to go to 4 different spots. Each spot has 2 bolts that are holding these beams in place. Using their pistol grip tools, they're going to release these bolts, eventually rotating these beams about 90 degrees and then putting them back in place so they can get IROSA out of the FSE, this flight support equipment holder. You're going to hear them get different settings called up on that pistol grip tool. It has, you'll hear a letter and a number, in this case Bravo 7. We have A1 through 7 and B1 through 7. That just tells you how much torque you're using. A1 the least torque, Bravo 7 the most torque.
That route is on
And you'll also hear a direction clockwise or counterclockwise. Counterclockwise, just like down here on Earth, we're loosening.
Your next action at the top of Stanchion Charlie is going to be putting that tip pin in Charlie 1.
Understood. Thanks.
And for both of you guys, just big picture, we're doing great on time relative to the eclipse, so everything's on track.
All right, good to know. Thanks.
1 hour, 26 minutes into today's spacewalk, station just about to fly over the very southern tip of South Africa. Both spacewalkers now working in tandem to release these support beams holding the IROSA in place.
I'm sorry? You put a PRT down?
No.
I'll find a good spot for that. We're going to need it. Okay, tip pin on C1.
Yep, and good work with that tip pin, Josh. So you want to get into a good position to drive Charlie 3 and Charlie 4 right in front of you. It's going to be a Bravo 7 setting.
All right. Frank, I think I'm going to use this handrail. Most of the solar array, but I think it's our only way of knocking ourselves down. What do you think?
Is that for releasing the top bolts?
Yeah.
I was able to do it down there without, initially it's a lot of torque, but then it quickly decreases, so, either way I think you'll be okay.
I'm looking now through Josh Cassada's helmet cam. When he gets back up top, we'll get a view of the support beams that they're working on releasing. Again, they're going to 4 different points. Each point has 2 different bolts. They're going to release each of those bolts. Each beam is going to get rotated about 90 degrees to get it out of the way.
On Charlie 3 and 4, correct?
And there you can see the beam that they're working on.
Charlie 3, Charlie 4, the order's not going to matter. It's Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
And that Bravo 7 telling you how much torque they're using. In this case, they're using the maximum amount of torque that this PGT can put out, about 25.5 pounds of 25.5 foot-pounds of torque. Moving it counterclockwise, and it can also control the rotational speed.
9 on one and 10 on the other. I think I'm 8 to 11 the range.
You are Reddit, that's 2.
I am. Mine are still installed. Both my bolts.
And Frankie must have heard us talking about you because you're good to drive your bolts as well.
Okay, copy that.
10 turns, C3 is popped out.
Copy 10 turns on C3, good release.
Can you verify settings for me, please?
And Frank, it's Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
Thank you.
Same on C4. 10 turns and it's popped out.
Copy 10, C4, good release. And so Frank, you're going to work on those 2 bolts. When you release the last one, it will be free from the FSE.
Okay, copy that. Charlie 5 is released. 9 turns.
Copy, 9 turns, good release on Charlie 5. And Josh, once you've got your PGT stowed, you're going to translate over to stanchion Alpha, Charlie to Delta to Alpha.
And at this point, 3 of the 4 bolts holding one of the support arms, support beams have been released. Frank Rubio working on the 4th one. Josh Cassada is going to move over to a different point on the FSE to help with the actual rotation. And it looks like that first beam is now free.
Copy, Josh. And Frank, we see good release on the beam.
Copy. Yeah, you weren't kidding about it coming free.
There we go, this helmet cam looking from Frank Rubio. You can see he's just rotated that beam just initially.
Frank, you're good just to hold the beam there. Josh will be there in a second to lend a hand so we can get it strapped down with the adjustables.
Yep. Rush.
So one of the 2 support beams removed. Frank Rubio is just going to hold it in place here until Josh Cassada gets into position and they can start to essentially lock it back down.
Hey, Frank. I am not BRT'd. You need me to hustle.
Nice, thanks.
You could park it for a second, I can get my red on it.
Yep, I got it.
Do you hold it? Okay, thanks. Bye. My adjustable is on.
Okay. And Josh, you want to leave yours a little slack so that we can release the beam that it's butted against. There you go. Perfect.
I can see that. So are you okay with me cinching it down here? Because that'll keep it clear, I think. And it'll already cinch down. Okay, are you able to cinch from there?
Yep. Let me check something on the back here. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Nick, understand I'm going for C7 and C8. Is that correct? Wait, you already did these, didn't you?
Yeah, and guys, Frank, I see you looking down there. We just want to make sure we got good clearance with IROSA.
Want me to loosen it and go over the top of the proa?
No, well, can we put it over the top of the proa? I don't guarantee that it's loose, but that it's not interfering.
And for both of you, we're seeing a lot of views in the HECA. We like the configuration, prefer not to put it over the top of the POA. Once we release the other beam and get it cinched down, we'll do a double check to make sure we got good clearances.
Yeah, I mean, it's outside of the edge of the, what do they call the stanchions, the large stanchions here.
Okay, mine's as cinched down as it's going to get, so if you want, I'll go over to Delta.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, Nick, bottom line is I think we will have clearance. No issues.
Copy, Frank.
Nick, you concur? I'm headed over to Delta now.
Affirm. Those are the last two bolts holding down that beam.
Just let me know when you're there, and I'll go over to Charlie.
Okay, stand by. I got my local down. I am at. Go. Frank, go ahead, Nick.
And we're 5 seconds from a handover.
All right, 1 hour, 36 minutes into today's spacewalk, continuing to check through. We're pretty much right on the timeline so far. Frank Rubio, Josh Cassada working to finish removing these two support beams that have been...
That is a heck of a video. I'm not going to want to play back.
Yeah, wow.
And we're back with you guys, voice.
Job on getting through it.
Copy. So, Frank has just repositioned over to Charlie. I'm at Delta. I've got my workstation right on the handrail that's closest to C9.
Copy all. That's good config. Let me know when you're ready for PGT settings.
Hey, Nick, I am ready.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2. We'll do C10 and C9. Again, I'm ready to it. Guess with what you said, Frank, I'm going to expect it to kind of pop off.
Yeah, it just floats right away.
So I guess I'll just let my PGT float.
That's what I had to do.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And it's out. Don't really have a handrail to grab. So what you found too, because there's on the interior?
I think the support structure here is available for me. I don't know. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, on the beam itself. The handrails are interior.
Yep, no, I just kind of grabbed those tabs.
Certain turns. I think there's one turn on 9.
Copy, Josh.
Go my PGT.
And copy, we see a good release.
Thank you.
And so the next step, guys, is you're going to move that into position, and you're going to hand start C9 and C7. Recommend that one of you secure it in place and the other one hand start, so do it sequentially.
Okay, copy that. Josh, I think I'm in a fairly good position here. Do you want me to start?
Go for it. Sounds great. I can stabilize it.
And with the second beam now removed, they're going to temporarily stow it. This time, instead of using the tethers, they're going to hand start those bolts back into the support brackets. But again, with the two beams out of the way, it looks like we got one good hand start.
stable if you want.
But all this work being done to get these beams out of the way to give us some clearance to get IROSA off of its temporary holding spot.
2 turns.
Nice.
Okay, guys. So you're going to...
Okay, we have 2 turns on 7 and 9. Good.
Copy. So for both of you, PGT settings are going to be alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Alpha 6, clockwise 2.
That's a good readback, Frank. And just a reminder...
Alpha 6.
Yeah, and a reminder, we're going to drive 21 turns. We're going to stop on turns, and then we're going to change the PGT settings and finish to torque.
Copy. All right, 21 turns exactly.
And we both go for those 21?
And you both go to drive simultaneously.
And we both drive? Okay.
All right.
Copy that.
Alpha 6, clockwise 2. We'll try not to count out loud, Frank.
Same. And it's starting turns.
All right, we will get video back in just a couple of minutes, but right now they're driving a couple of bolts to get that second support beam held in place a little bit more securely. After that,
I torqued out.
Yeah, I torqued out in like 5 turns.
6.5 for EV2.
Nick, I torqued out at 5 turns.
Copy all, handover.
and so just there we heard them getting a little bit fewer turns than we were expecting. We were expecting about 21 turns, so they got just about 5. So the team's now going to what's called a crib sheet, basically your backup procedures.
And Frank, Josh, back with you after the handover. We've got voice only.
Copy, Nick. We both torqued out. I was at 5 turns. Josh was at 6 turns.
6.5 for EV2.
Okay, copy that, guys. So we're in crib sheet page here. So we're going to up the torque setting. So new settings are going to be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Copy.
Yep, and that's Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Counterclockwise 2. Like verify counterclockwise?
Guys, it's Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Josh, you're going to do 15.5 turns. Frank, you're going to do 17 turns. We're trying to get a total of 22 turns.
Copy.
Okay, EV2 copy.
All right, so you heard additional settings called up. Again, both crew members using their PGT, the pistol grip tool.
Clockwise 2. And going for 17 turns.
Those are good words, Frank.
And again, those first values,
4 turns so far.
at Bravo 7, just referring to how much torque we're using now.
And we're back with you on HECA.
A1 through 7 and Bravo 1 through 7. A1 the lowest, Bravo 7 the highest. And so we've essentially put the drill up to its max torque, more than 25 foot-pounds of torque, up from about the 8 that they were initially using. So this just, if we didn't get the turns we wanted, we upped the torque. Now the team's working the crew members through.
At 14.7 turns and it torqued out. An actual 23.7.
Copy, Josh. Let us talk about it.
First we counted 15. Okay. I counted 15 and the PGT says 14.68.
Next for me, I have 17 turns, green light, 25.4 on the torque.
You also torqued out?
Yeah, that's the final torque, yep. I got the 17 turns, which that was the goal, I think.
Yep, copy your call down, Frank, and we're just confirming down here that we're happy with both of those bolts. And do they look like they're flush, fully installed?
EV1 affirmative.
Copy all that.
Solid. Yep. There's a tiny little black line under the head of the bolt, and mine is flush with the canister.
Copy. Thanks for the words. We're chatting. Hey guys, if you're able, while we're sitting here waiting, if you wanted to do a glove and half check.
Copy.
Gloves for EV2, no changes. And a dry hat.
Copy, Josh.
And EV1, good gloves, dry hat, no changes on my gloves. And Nick, I moved my TCV from 6 to 4 when you were more or less the last time.
Copy the change. Thanks, Frank.
Hey, Nick, while you guys are talking about it, if needed, could I finish that bolt and Josh can get going to the arm ups?
Hey, Frank, we've got words for you guys. So what we want to do is finish on a lower torque. So we're going to have you go Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2 and release the bolts 1 turn, and then we're going to reseat them with a lower torque setting.
Yes, copy. And Nick, did you copy that about, am I able to do both sides just so we can get going on the arm ups? Are we doing okay on time?
We're doing great on time, Frank, so it's okay to just continue to work this together.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, I copy Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2 for 1 turn.
Those are good words. Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, 1 turn.
All right, so both crew members now, they were able to get these bolts in place, but hit what is called essentially a hard stop. So not wanting to have overdriven these bolts in and leaving them in at too high of a torque, they're going to back them out. One.
New setting to drive in.
Turn on Charlie 9.
Copy, Josh. So the new settings for the PGT to drive it in are Alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Good readback.
So instead of leaving these bolts driven in with more than 25 foot-pounds of torque, leaving a lot of potential energy in if we're hard stopped, you're backing them out, dropping it down to a lower torque setting, that Alpha 4, which gives about 6 pounds of torque. And then they're going to reseat them, have these bolts securely in place, and we'll be able to continue on.
Torque out before anything happens to the bolt.
Copy, Frank. Did you get a good green light?
Affirmative. I have green light, 8.4 on the torque, and no turns.
Okay,
say.
Copy for both of you. If you can hold, we're still discussing.
Okay. I have not tried mine yet, Nick. I'm IPGT powered down right as I was about to start. You want me to give it a shot at Alpha 6?
Okay, Josh, Frank, appreciate your patience. What we'd like to do is up the torque settings. So Alpha 7, clockwise 2. We're going to reattempt, and then we'll discuss. Okay.
And Nick, for EV2, I think you missed my last call. I never attempted Alpha 6. My PGT powered down right as I started. You want me to try Alpha 6 first or go straight to Alpha 7?
You can go straight to Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 it is.
I have the same results. Green light, 9.8 on the torque. 0.16 turns.
Copy, Frank.
And same for EV2, it's at 0.14.
And copy, and can we get the torque reading?
9.0 actual for EV2. A green light.
Copy, Josh. Thanks. Okay, guys, we're happy with this for now. So we've got to, Josh, you're going to move on to the SSRMS setup. Frank, you're going to work on releasing C-bolts. We've got to stagger our translations here. So, Josh, if you want to stow your PGT, and then you're going to translate to the ingress location via stanchion alpha down to the base 1.
Okay. My PGT is stowed. I'm grabbing my RET off of the beam, and I will make my way back to the SSRMS.
Signing me on.
See you in a minute.
Here. Nick, I'll go to the bag for my...
I think we have to stagger our translations.
Yeah, you're right.
1 hour, 54 minutes, 30 seconds into today's spacewalk, the second major activity of the day complete. So far we've continued to get all of the work sites ready for the eventual move and install of this rollout solar array. Frank Rubio started by routing the power cables that we're going to be connecting a little bit later on in the spacewalk, while Josh Cassada got the various support equipment ready for removal so we can release IROSA from its current staging point.
Nick, I'm actually in a good position to start my...
So at this point that's complete, and so after working together to get those beams released and moved to their temp zone locations, we will be here at the end of the day, so we might have some additional bolt operations at the very end as we're doing the final cleanup. But for now, those in a position to give us plenty of clearance to get IROSA out of its temporary storage location.
And Josh, in terms of mile marker for the ingress position here, looking at 10,200.
Sounds great. Thank you for the heads up.
So right now, Josh Cassada, EV2, is going to be making his way to the robotic arm, the Canadarm2. And he's going to be working with an APFR, an articulating portable foot restraint. He's going to be tethering and then locking himself into that foot restraint. And that robotic arm going to be controlled by the crew still inside station, to get those beams released and moved to their temp zone locations. We will be here at the end of the day, so we might have some additional bolt operations at the very end as we're doing the final cleanup. But for now, those in a position to give us plenty of clearance to get IROSA out of its temporary storage location.
And Josh, in terms of mile marker for the ingress position here, looking at 10,200.
Sounds great. Thank you for the heads up.
So right now, Josh Cassada, EV2, is going to be making his way to the robotic arm, the Canadarm2. And he's going to be working with an APFR, an articulating portable foot restraint. He's going to be tethering and then locking himself into that foot restraint. And that robotic arm going to be controlled by the crew still inside station, Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata. And he's going to be using that method to remove the IROSA from its flight support equipment location and then get flown over with IROSA, which weighs about 750 pounds, over to the install location. Now, while he's getting into the robotic arm, Frank Rubio, EV1 for today, still has a couple more bolt operations to get IROSA ready to come off. He's going to go and release what's known as C-bolts. There's 2 of these, and these are essentially the last thing that are holding IROSA in place to the FSE. So after these are removed, they'll be ready to get IROSA off and on its way to the install location.
Nick, I have a good pocket drop, good full test.
And copy that, Frank. So you're going to translate this stanchion alpha. We're looking for to work on Charlie 12.
Okay. Can I break in here real quick, Nick? I'm at 10020, but it looks like I'm pretty far starboard. I think I want to be port and have the arm come in, if you agree.
And
the roll
yeah,
pedal's going to be on that side as well.
You bet, and checking.
I'm sorry, you said 10200, 10,200. That makes a lot more sense.
Yep, now we're on the same sheet. So 10200.
All right, Frank, how are you doing on comm? You need the comm?
No, so Nick, I'll take settings for Charlie 12, and I'll go over there and do one turn. I'm out.
Yep, copy, Frank. It's Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2, and it's just brake torque. You don't even have to do a full turn.
Okay, copy that. Take the settings again, please.
Bravo 3, counter 2.
3, counter 2. Copy, thanks. Josh, I'm good.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. M2, EV2.
Go ahead, Josh.
Richie, we are ready to start the GC to publish for the APSR reconfig position.
Okay, Josh, we will move you to the position, which will be station aft towards the truss 1 meter. In standby, we're setting up.
Copy.
And hearing Koichi Wakata calling in now from the inside of the station, he and Nicole Mann at the robotics workstation. They're going to be moving the robotic arm into position for Josh Cassada to start getting into that foot restraint. You'll hear them use the acronym GCA quite a bit. GCA stands for Ground Controlled Assist. That's essentially the term we're using.
So this is station aft towards the truss 1 meter. Are you ready?
Ready for motion.
Here comes the motion. 3, 2, 1.
And we can see right in the center there, the robotic arm starting to move. You can see jutting out of the right side, that's the foot restraint that Cassada is going to be locking into. And again, GCA just down stands for Ground Controlled Assist. That's
Okay, ramp out in 3, 2, 1. Motion.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to need station aft 30 centimeters, 30 centimeters.
Okay, station aft 30 centimeters.
I have the boot plate and a ingress aid for clamps.
Here comes the motion. Arms in motion.
I see good motion. Continue.
Continue.
And ramp out in 3. Looks like we already stopped.
Arms stop.
Can you continue aft another 10 centimeters?
Okay, aft another 10 centimeters. Here comes the motion.
I see good motion. Continue. And ramp out in 3, 2. Okay. Let's go ahead and we're going to call that good. You can go brakes on. GCA complete.
Okay, Josh, the brakes on. You have a go for APFR reconfig and ingress.
Copy that.
And Josh, you're going to be looking to change the APFR role to Delta.
In 3. Looks like we already stopped.
Arms stop.
Can you continue aft another 10 centimeters?
Okay, aft another 10 centimeters. Here comes the motion.
I see good motion. Continue. And ramp out in 3, 2. Okay. Let's go ahead and we're going to call that good. You can go brakes on. GCA complete.
Okay, Josh, the brakes on. You have a go for APFR reconfig and ingress.
Copy that.
And Josh, you're going to be looking to change the APFR role to Delta.
Copy that.
We expect the config to be 9 Foxtrot, Foxtrot, Delta 9.
Okay. We got a good twist test just to start there. I see back on black. And we are currently kilo on the roll, 9 on the yaw. log to be depressed. And showing Foxtrot, Foxtrot. So I'm going to roll it to Delta, and then it was on a tether swap. Okay, roll is Delta.
Copy, Josh. Good config. So next step is that tether swap.
The roll came loose. Give me a second. We're Delta again.
You're well correct for 27 turns.
Okay, copy. So you're going to go over to C11, and then we're going to drive that out. So over to stanchion Delta, Frank.
All right, so in this view,
And Frank, your choice whether you want to go the long way or the short way around the FSC.
Okay, yeah, I guess that'll be great.
we can see Frank Rubio on the bottom left. He's working to break torque and then release 2 bolts that are still holding IROSA in place.
Long way just to keep my safety tether.
Yep, that works.
The better config.
On the right side, Josh Cassada working to reconfigure the APFR there, articulating portable foot restraint. We heard a couple of values being called out to him, numbers, Foxtrot, Delta. Those are just telling him which settings to set the yaw, pitch, and roll of the foot restraint. These are determined in advance just to put him in the correct orientation for where he's going to need to be to work.
Gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Reel itself is unlocked. Frank,
Hey, Josh.
can you turn around and take a quick look? I think it just broke loose. It did. That's good, in a good way. This was wrapped around my VRT, so I think we got gate closed, slider lock, black on black on my left D-ring extender there, Nick. So I've got a good safety tether down on the SSR mess.
Hey, Josh, the only, your waist tether is wrapped around the BRT right now. You could probably just like,
oh, yeah, so that's what I have this thing on the left. I'm going to take it off, my BRT off, and then go over here, see if you agree with this.
Perfect. You just go in between the two. Perfect. Now you're free.
And over here. Yeah. And even those backup cameras on this side.
And copy, Josh. I see you getting into a good config, and we concur with a good load path. Hey, and Frank, Josh, based on the downlink video, Frank, your safety tether might be going around your back. I don't know if Josh can turn around and put some eyes on and give you some additional guidance.
On the look in. Shoot, I'm in a bad config for it.
Yeah, I don't believe it is. Nick. It's, let me check.
Hold on for a sec. I can see it coming off your right side.
Yep.
It does appear to be going between the cliff and the safer at the bottom.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, it is. Keep your You can tether on your,
my right side.
yeah, so it is, so your reel is on your left, and the tether itself is one right between the plisth and the safer, you know, at the bottom, in a small of your back. So my recommendation would be pointing your feet, let's see, this is, yeah, pointing your feet back that way, and then feet rotating to your left.
Keep going.
Yeah, it's still hooked in there. You essentially need to go 360 degrees back where you are now.
Just tell me if it's getting better. Feels like it's pulling on me.
Yeah. The thing is, it's caught in that crease. Let's see here. Trying to talk you through this. Okay. Hold on right there.
And guys, we're okay if you guys want to try to translate to close the gap between each other. If you wanted to go over towards Stanchion Alpha, Frank and Josh, if you wanted to move over towards the TFR on the seated cart just to close the gap and be able to help put some hands on for assistance.
Yep. Understood. Well, keep doing that. Flip your feet up towards the tower. Keep going towards the tower. Now you got it. Now look over to your left. You should see they face each other. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There it is. It's got a Velcro. All right. Thanks, man. You got it. Nicely done. Thanks, Nick. We appreciate it.
Nice work, guys.
We'll be undoing tether smells all day.
Okay, so we're good on the 55-foot, Nick. I'll go back to the station and drop off my red hook, if you agree.
Yep, we concur. You've got a good 55-foot. Just let us know where you drop your red hook on the station.
And checking in, both crew members continuing to get ready to move this IROSA, this rollout solar array. Josh Cassada working to continue outfitting and getting that foot restraint ready. And meanwhile, Frank Rubio working on releasing those two bolts.
Yeah, for C11, it's going to be Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
Copy. All right, red reel is now locked. I'm going to grab my red hook and release it from my right D-ring extender.
Copy, Josh.
And for Rubio, he's working on two different bolts, C11, C12. These are the last two bolts that are going to be holding IROSA in place.
And reel is unlocked.
Copy, Josh.
Okay, Nick, I know Duke and Preachy are good with it. Are you okay with the ingress of the APSR?
And that's affirmative. That's the next step for you. Frank, you've got those settings, Bravo 3, counter 2. You're releasing approximately 27 turns on C11. Comms are yours, Josh.
Okay, I think we're in a good spot here. Nick, do you have a good view of the APFR itself by chance? I only ask because it's really sensitive in roll, and I just want to make sure we don't bump it.
Yeah, we don't have a really great view of the boot plate itself. The views are pretty dark. Yeah, it looks like your feet are just below the boot plate.
Sorry, which side of the boot plate?
Below, and based on the view, it looks like left foot is under the left side, so it looks like it's aligned.
There you go. There. How you doing?
Good. I got 27 turns on probably 11.
Copy, Frank. That's good. That's what we're doing for now. You're going to head back to crew lock bag T and retrieve the square scoop and the long duration tie down tether from the tower handrail.
Station, he's
Frank,
on
what's
space
your
to ground
view like
3
of the
for
APFR?
robotics. Your go for the broadcast without correcting the additional GCA.
Okay, copy that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what do you need?
Just confirmation that these fields where I think they are.
Okay, pull up.
My right doesn't feel quite right. My left feels good.
Yeah, your left is good, your right is on top. Pull up. Nope, still. I think you might just be too deep on your toe. Okay, you're in, pull up. Okay,
I think we got it. Awesome, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, let me make sure I got all my tethers off the station. Okay, I got my ingress 8 in. You need the comm?
I'm good. Yeah, I'll grab the scoop and the long duration and head over to Charlie 12.
Okay, I'm not sure if they're going to need a GCA or if they can maneuver.
Them to the maneuver.
Okay. Wasn't sure if you could start from this position, but if you can, Bleachy, I am go for the maneuver to the truss back off position.
Okay, we copy that. And this is maneuver, not GCA, to the published truss back off position, which is body out or station forward in 1 meter. Are you ready?
D2's ready.
You're sitting at the manual now.
Okay.
Okay, Josh, we are ready for the maneuver to the thrust back of position. 1.3 meters, body out. Here comes the motion. 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
See good motion.
Please.
Take EV2 set TCV to 2.5.
Copy, Josh. 2.5.
Centimeters to go.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, position hold, and then we will set up a carrier lineup joint OCAS.
P2 is ready for that showcast.
Okay, we're setting up.
And Josh, I see you're working your socket swap. That was the next step.
Sounds good, thanks.
Two hours, 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, getting a view. We see Josh Cassada up there in the upper right. He is locked in and tethered now to the foot restraint on the robotic arm, being driven around now by the crew inside the station, Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio in the suit with the red stripes, he's EV1 today, working on getting the final bolts holding the iRosa in place released. He's going to wait until Josh Cassada is in place and ready to receive before he releases that final bolt holding iRosa into the FSE, that temporary stowage location. Now, after they're able to get these bolts undone and iRosa out, they're going to maneuver it over to the worksite. They're going to do that by hand, essentially.
Good pull test on the 5-8.
Copy, Josh.
Okay, Josh, we're ready for the 3-minute showcast. This is to pitch you up 90 degrees and translate you to the nadir of the iRosa. Are you ready for the motion?
So I'm going to pitch head up. Is that correct?
Yes, pitch up 90 degrees and translate you to the nadir of the iRosa.
Understood. Okay. EV2's ready.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
I see good motion.
Copy.
And Josh.
I had a good pull test on both sockets and the install.
Copy all, Josh. Good socket swap. If you can cycle your WVS for us, we're trying to get that to lock back up to help Koichi with some camera views.
Copy, it's on now.
Okay, thanks for that, Josh. We'll look at it and let you know if we need anything else. And Frank, I see you moving over to Stanchion Alpha towards C12.
So a short handover, we'll get that video back momentarily. Meanwhile, Josh Cassada affixed to the top of the space station's robotic arm. He's getting maneuvered into place.
Inflation.
And Josh, Frank, back with you after a short handover. And Josh, Frank,
Just heads up, I'm right behind you, Frank.
we're back with you now after a handover. We've got voice.
Copy that. Nick, I was just curious, do you expect the translation over to P4 to be inflation or eclipse mostly?
Yeah, and Josh, you should start in sunlight. You're going to finish in eclipse, so it's a little bit of both.
Okay, sounds good.
Josh, arm is in position hold. We are setting up for manual to the IROSA retrieval position.
Okay, you have it go for the manual maneuver to the IROSA retrieval position, and Frank, I'm just off your right shoulder.
Yep, I see you, thanks.
Okay. We are setting up the arm now.
That's good.
Frank, I'll take settings for Charlie 12.
You bet. It's Bravo 3, counterclockwise 3.
Bravo 3, counterclockwise 3, and I am releasing this all the way out, 27 of this, or correction, 54 turns, correct?
That's affirmative. Full release, 54 turns. The bolt will spring out when released.
So our lead spacewalker for the day, Frank Rubio, still at it, releasing those final 2 bolts. They're C11 and C12. He took C11 about halfway out, now taking C12 all the way out. We won't take C11 all the way out and thus release IROSA until Josh Cassada is in place and ready to manually receive it. He's then going to be flown with IROSA over to the work site on the P4 truss area.
Okay, Josh, manual mode is set, and this is the maneuver per your GCA to the published IROSA retrieval position, which is a body in towards IROSA at 1.5 meters. Are you ready?
Stand by. You need the comm? Okay. We're ready, GCA, to publish for IROSA retrieval.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, starting the motion.
Good motion.
Okay, good motion. Another meter to go.
Copy.
Looking over the shoulder of Josh Cassada as he moves in, IROSA right in the center of his view. Frank Rubio appearing upside down in the top right, getting that final bolt,
Copy.
or rather that C12 bolt all the way out. He's then going to move over to get C11 after Josh is fully in position and ready to grapple with IROSA.
10 meters to go.
Copy.
And I ended up with 55 turns.
Stand by.
Oh, correction, sorry about that.
Continue.
Continue.
Continue another 10 centimeters.
Another 10 centimeters.
Ramp out in 3. I think we ramped out.
Ramp out. Okay, yes.
That's it.
GCA.
GCA complete. This position will work great.
Okay, that's it. You have a go for IROSA retrieval.
Copy. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Frank.
No, sorry, I think I had 55 turns on Charlie 12 and it is released.
Copy 55, full release on Charlie 12. And so I see you working to install the scoop with the long duration on that micro square near C12.
So let's put it on the long duration, I think.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Not mine. I think that was the plan, right, Nick? Right to the long duration itself? This one? I'm sorry, I should have done it.
Ready?
Awesome.
And so this metal device you see Frank Rubio working into the screen there, that's what's called a scoop. We have both square and circle scoops, just depending on what fitting they're attaching to, and we can use them to essentially add temporary handrails, handling aids to different payloads, and so he's working on installing that. 3 different settings on a scoop. We've got a capture, release, and a lock. So you can see him moving that small
Hey, just wanted to give you guys a heads up. The video routing, due to the way we have it done in the system for Step 8, is a little unique. So we will take care of routing those monitors for you once you get to Step 8, and then you can take back over with hands until it says you desire.
I guess where that microchronicle was.
Copy that.
Where that square was, micro square.
Oh, okay. Are you good though?
I'm gonna move in another 10. I'm gonna get a GCA.
Okay, got it.
Can I steal the comm?
Yep. Hey, Nick, I'm going to translate over to Charlie 11. I'll grab scoop and route.
Yep. No, that works. Frank, head over to Charlie 11, and we see the configuration on the scoop. All good. Josh, comms are yours.
Yes. M2 EV2.
Go ahead, Josh.
Sorry about that. I couldn't see where the scoop was going to go, and I guessed wrong. So I'm going to need another 15 centimeters body in. If you guys are ready for a GCA.
Yeah, Josh, we need to change the command frame, so stand by. We'll set it up.
Thank you.
And Frank, as you pass the crew lock bag Tango, you'll need to make sure you pick up the square scoop you're going to install.
And right now getting closer to the release of IROSA. Right now, Frank Rubio is moving over to the other side of the FSE. He's going to be releasing a final bolt. And once that's free, they'll be able to essentially slide IROSA out of that temporary stowage location and begin flying it over.
M2, are we ready for GCA?
Ready, GCA. And again, 15 centimeters body in, and I'll call you off.
Okay, 50 centimeters body in 3. Hold on. Back.
And we see Frank Rubio grabbing another one of those scoops. And this is what we can put on things like IROSA to give a handle to.
50 centimeters. Are you ready?
Ready, GCA.
Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1. Arms in motion.
See good motion. Continue. Continue.
Centimeters.
Continue. And ramp out.
Ramping up.
GCA complete. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
And Frank, I see you with the scoop headed out to C11. Big picture, we're right on the timeline, so everything's marching along towards our target eclipse.
That's great.
Okay, while you're moving into position, a warning, this one might be obvious. Don't release C11 until you've got our go, because that'll fully release IROSA from the FSE.
Copy.
So Frank, I see you in position. Now's a good time. Let's do some glove and hap checks. Josh, this is your chance to do a once-over. So let's start with glove and hap checks.
And EV1, gloves, no changes, and dry hat.
For EV2, no changes to the gloves and dry hat.
Copy for both of you. So then, Josh, for you, want to confirm tools and tethers are in a good configuration, clear, that you got your ingress aid stowed.
Tools are in a good config. Ingress aid is stowed. And I got rid of a lot of the stuff from my mini workstation. Pretty happy about that.
Yeah, you look super clean there.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'm in a good config with that. Thanks.
Okay, good. So then looking at the suit, the visor, glove heaters, make sure your cooling's where you want it to be, your heels are in, gauntlets are down.
Look at that. I think I'm good with this cooling. I did turn on the gloves. I used them for about the first hour or so. Hands got pretty warm. I think they're going to work out well for what we're about to do. And the visor, I guess I'll keep it down since, and we'll probably just end up any clips.
Okay, copy that. And then one last chance, if you're in a good position to look inside each other's helmets, if you see any signs of water, now's a good time to do it, or to check each other over.
Let's see. I can raise this real quick if you want to look in here.
Yep, that's dry.
I don't see any water.
There's mine.
I don't see any of yours. This rep for the scoop that's going to go on, can I put this somewhere convenient? Like on the stanchion or something?
Yeah, hold on.
Or I can just let it float.
All right, the crew getting a chance to kind of catch their breath, do some checks real quick. Each of them checking gloves, as that's what we're interacting with everything on, checking for any nicks, any damage. Both reported clean gloves.
Just so it doesn't float away from me. Let it down.
Sounds good.
See Josh Cassada attaching an equipment tether to that second scoop. It's going to go on the other side, and that's how he's going to hold on to iRosa.
Pop off, and then I'll pull it back towards my body to hold it on the structure, but it might come off the pins like last time.
Yep, affirmative. Okay, Nick, I think puts us in a good config.
I agree. Let me get one. Okay, now I'm ready.
Okay, copy, guys.
Do we need to go from them?
Hey, guys, you are go for the release.
Good to go.
All right, big moment coming up, releasing that last bolt.
Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2. Should be 26 turns.
And once this bolt is released, iRosa will be free of the FSC and ready to be on the move.
Next maneuver, can we just do THC left, 2.4 meters only?
Copy. Press.
And we concur with that, Koichi, that sounds like a good plan.
Heads up, Frank, it's our return to go.
Copy. It's released.
It's pulling me forward.
And copy, good release.
And we see the bolt is now released. Nothing holding iRosa in place now to the flight support equipment. We can already see it starting to lift up. Now that the second attachment point for the scoop, you can see a small lever on the back.
Yeah, I know.
And the lever's in the middle, the scoop's in kind of its capture mode. You can flip it to the left, that's in its locked mode. Then swing it back to the right to release, but it looks like we have two scoops now.
Give me just 1 second.
All right. I'll put my hand down here.
Yep. that's off.
Great. I've got 2 scoops.
Copy. Good release. Scoops are on. And Frank, if you want to translate over to Stanchion Charlie to assist the GCA.
Copy, inward.
Okay. So I have shifted to my right. I think, well, I think you're bumping me just a little bit as a heads up.
Yep, sorry about that.
That's okay. We expect me to be centered up on these 4 bolts that I'm staring at, right? I think we've just shifted a little bit. Let's see.
Yeah, Josh, we you know, based on what we can see here, you should be pretty close to centered right now. There's not much room to go laterally. We do see it kind of pitching down from you away from the base plate.
Okay. Hank, if you could pull it when you get there.
Yep. All right, I'm going to help pull you down a little bit.
That'd be great.
Towards me, I think.
Are we not off the pins yet?
You are. It's grabbing on something. I think there's an edge that's keeping me from. But you know what? This is actually okay. As you go up, I'll hold it in place and wait until you're level, and then I'll release it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Can you tell, are we free around the perimeter?
We are, yes.
Okay. And obviously I can't tell on the side that's opposite the tower. It does seem like we're shifted that way.
Shifted towards the tower?
I'm sorry, opposite the tower.
Yeah, no, you're only 1 inch away from Delta and Charlie, so I think, yeah, it's just the clearance, but it looks about even.
Yeah, and as we discussed, guys, we expect tight clearances there. Frank, just a heads up, want to watch any of the no-touch on that end of the IROSA, and that tab is okay to hold on to, just don't get your finger in that hole.
Okay.
All right, Frank, let me just give you a heads up, and then I'll turn it over to you.
Okay.
My helmet is not centered up on the FFE, so somehow both me and the IROSA have shifted away from the tower, probably about 1.5 inches.
Okay.
We'll just keep that for FA, and I am happy to have you drive me around.
Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, M1, ED1.
Okay, go ahead, Frank.
Koichi, you have a go for a publish to IROSA removal.
Okay, we copy that. And this is Josh's body down for 2.4 meters to the published IROSA removal position.
Copy.
And Frank, what's your helmet
here
clearance?
Comes the motion in.
I see it. Clear.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1. Arms in motion.
Copy. Good motion. Good motion.
Okay, good motion.
I'm keeping you.
I can see it.
Clear on this side, and we have about 1 inch, so I think you're clear on the other side.
I agree.
I think we're clear all around. Continue.
We continue.
All right, Josh, in about 10 more degrees, I'm going to be letting go.
Okay.
We're clear all around. Continue.
We continue.
All right, Josh, I'm going to let go in 3, 2, 1. Letting go just lightly. I'm going to keep my fingers very lightly, but not touching. Feet away from the tower by about 1 inch. You're clear of all the stanchions. Continue, Koichi.
Continuing.
You're good there. Hold that current course.
Copy.
And Josh, you're clear to cheat away from the tower a little bit more since you have clearance on that side. You're clear of the FOA. You're about a quarter of the way clear of the grapple fixture. Halfway clear of the grapple fixture.
Copy.
Got about 5 inches of clearance on this side. So. Continue.
Copy, continue.
The bottoms of the beam are past the plate. About 5 more inches till you're completely clear. Josh, you are completely clear of the tower and the grapple fixture.
Nicely done.
Nice teamwork, guys.
No, great job on pulling that thing.
27 meters to go.
Copy.
Can I go ahead and start my socket swap?
That's a firm, Frank. You're going to socket swap.
Okay, Josh, position hold, and we're going to set up a JOCAS for outboard JOCAS.
Copy.
And Frank, you're going to drop off your 12-inch onto the socket caddy and then put the 2-inch that's in your trash bag on your PGT. Just for your SA, this is the last time we're getting in the crew lock bag tango. So if you give us a good heck of view, we can help with inventory, not asking for an inventory at this time.
Okay. Copy.
Two hours, 47 minutes, 30 seconds into the spacewalk. IROSA now released from its spot on the FSE, that flight support equipment, firmly in the grasp of Josh Cassada, who's riding on the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. He's got it by 2 scoops, essentially temporary handles that they installed onto the array. They're also tethered to him, so he's got that in his grasp. Meanwhile, he's going to now get flown on top of the robotic arm from his current location out to the work site.
I understand. You take care of this video routing and step 8.
And he's getting the flight maneuver courtesy of Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata at the robotics workstation inside the station. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio is going to make his way by hand over to the same work site, at which point we're going to start moving into some of the installation procedures. First thing after we get it over there is going to be to get IROSA initially onto its mounting bracket. Once we get some soft capture points in, we'll be able to unfold it. So you can see it kind of doubled up in its configuration right now. It's going to be unfolded. And so it's just one continuous array long ways. After that, they can get the final attachment points in place, get all of the hard capture bolts engaged, then start to do the cable routing. So again, at the very beginning of this spacewalk, Frank Rubio's first task was to go over and start routing and tying down a couple of cables. Those are power connections. That's going to integrate this new array in with the legacy one to the 4A power channel to let them all get engaged.
Good socket swap and good pull test.
Affirmative.
Now that cable routing activity is one that has some special considerations with it. We have to be in eclipse for those power connections to be made. That's just the primary way we can make sure that no electrical energy is being generated by those solar rays. So they will wait until we're on the dark side of planet Earth before they do that cable connection.
If you can pull a body down a little bit, it'll get fully in the heck of view, and we should be able to see inside. That was a good view. Go ahead and, Frank, you can go ahead and start trying to pack it all up, and then we'll do the video review on the ground.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Josh and Frank, we're ready for the outboard JOCAS. This is a 3-minute maneuver, and we'll move Josh body left 8 meters and body out about 3 meters. And Josh, IROSA and FRGS tower clearance will be 73 centimeters. So please keep keep the clearance from the tower. And if you're ready, we will start the maneuver.
I think we're already clear of the tower. I don't have view of it. Understand going body left and towards my back as well. I am ready for the maneuver.
Yep, and I have a good visual on the tower, and you are clear.
Okay, copy that. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
Good motion.
All right, so the relocation of IROSA now in work. We can see the FSC pallet in the bottom right where Frank Rubio is doing some final bag inventory. He had to swap out the socket on his pistol grip tool one final time, as that's going to get used to drive a number of bolts on IROSA itself to secure it. But in the meantime, the robotic arm is in motion. Josh Cassada at the very top with IROSA in his grip on his way out to the work site.
Frank, Houston concurs. And Frank, your next task is to retrieve Josh's red safety tether from the Nader CETA rail location.
Thank you. I thank the owner. Going, Josh.
Great. So you know when we did that water in the helmet check?
Yeah.
That's when I raised my visor.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Yep.
Just ramping out now.
Copy. Okay, hold on. That was pretty abrupt. Okay, we got it.
Okay, Josh, in position hold. We're going to set up the next JOCAS for IROSA pitch joint.
Okay, copy that. Just a heads up, Richie, that one stopped a little quickly on me. If you see it ramping out on the next one, if you could give me a heads up, that'd be awesome.
Okay, we'll do.
So just about 5 minutes away from the 3-hour mark of today's spacewalk and plan to last about 7. Everything moved smoothly so far, still a couple of minutes ahead of the timeline. The pair worked together to prepare the work site by routing cables. Frank Rubio knocking that out on his first task out of the gate. while Josh Cassada worked to get IROSA ready to get detached from its temporary stowage point and get into the robotic arm where he is currently standing with IROSA in his grip. You heard him asking for a heads up as we were going to slow down some of the motion. Again, these IROSAs weigh right around 750 pounds, and while they are in microgravity, it's not too hard for them to start moving those, but something with that much mass can be hard to stop moving. So definitely something for the crew to keep in mind as they're doing these very slow and deliberate movements. This a view, though, from Frank Rubio's helmet cam as he's making his way out to the work site.
We are ready for the IROSA pitch showcast, and this will give you move heads up around the IROSA for 90 degrees pitch down. And if you are ready, we will start the maneuver.
Understand we're pitching down 90 degrees, and I'm going to be ready for your countdown. Sounds great.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
See good motion? Where's that? Planet?
And Frank, I see you picked up the red hook there. You'll want to check your gauntlets are in place.
They are, both left and right.
Okay, Josh, we are ramping out.
Copy.
And so, Frank, the handrail you're looking for is 5124.
On the opposite side, correct?
That's affirm.
Okay, Josh, arm is in position hold, and we're going to set up for IEA lineup.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for your help on that one.
So that's up.
And Frank, if you can put a fair lead in Josh's safety tether at 5114 there at the corner.
Well, thanks, Frank.
And just crossed that 3-hour mark into today's spacewalk. So right now we're looking over the shoulder of Frank Rubio, EV1, our lead spacewalker for today. He's making his way over to the P4 work site. He was there already once as he laid down some of the cables that are going to be used to integrate the new solar array into the power channel along with the legacy array. So he's making his way by hand. In the meantime, Josh Cassada still in the foot restraint on top of the robotic arm. He's got IROSA in his grip. There's a look through his helmet cam. He is a little bit of a ways away from station structure, so the video can kind of come in and out as he's getting flown over. But he's got IROSA in his hands.
Which will place you under the IEA, and this is a 2-minute JOCAS, and we'll move you body out about 5.5 meters and body left about a meter. And again, this is a translational JOCAS, so the motion will be faster than the pitch motion. Ready for the motion?
Okay, copy. Towards my back, about a little over 5, and towards my left, 1.5 meters. I do not have the IEA in sight. I am ready for the maneuver.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, starting the motion. Hey Josh, we are ramping out.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Josh.
Hi, Frank.
And Frank, I see you in a good position there on the left side.
Yep, and I can verify all takeoff captures are still in a good position.
Hey Josh, arms in position hold. We're going to set up for manual for IROSA install.
Copy.
And Frank, the same cautions and warnings apply that I've previously read, plus a couple here. So the warning is don't put finger in the IROSA pin slots on the inside and outside of the root beam. And then when on the aft side of the mod kit, avoid contacting the legacy blanket boxes and trunnions.
Okay, copy all. Thank you.
Yep, and then you've got the cautions about mod kit. Don't simultaneously impart loads, translate slow, and a max load of 30 pounds.
Okay, Josh and Frank, we are ready for the manual maneuver to the IROSA install position. This is per your GCA, Frank, to the published position, which is body left 2.2 meters. Are you ready?
Okay, I am ready. Yeah, and you have it. Just to verify, this is a GCA to publish, correct?
You published, which is body left 2.2 meters for Josh.
Okay. You have a go.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
Good motion, good motion.
Okay, good motion. Another 1.5 meters to go.
Still clear, continue.
Copy.
And with Josh and Irosa arriving out at the worksite, we're maneuvering it into the install position. So there's going to be 2 soft capture.
1 meter to go.
Copy, still clear, continue.
2 soft capture devices that are going to lock in on this first part of Irosa. And after those are engaged, we'll be able to get Josh Cassada out of the robotic arm to move around to begin getting ready for the unfolding of the array, after which they'll engage the 3rd and final soft capture.
$50 centimeters to go.
Copy, continue.
Continue. $20 centimeters to go.
Okay. We expect to ramp out in about 10.
Copy.
We ramp out in. Continue.
Continue.
3, 2, 1. About?
Okay, ramped out. So this is close to the published position.
Yep, and this is a great location here.
10 seconds to hand over.
In closer. Can you get your hand on it?
Have my hand on it.
Oh.
And should just be a quick video handover. We'll get that back quick. We're approaching the install point. Once they get there, Cassada is going to continue to just maintain control, his grip on Irosa. And
So the edge of protective cover is about 3 centimeters away from the bracket.
Right.
I think from a clearance perspective, it might be a good place to stop.
Okay.
Now we could translate you towards me, body forward.
I'll leave that to you. I don't know that that's necessary. But for me, see, it looks like my arm is, yeah, I'm good. I think we're in the same position we were last time.
Yep. Going to then GCA complete.
Okay, copy. GCA complete. Takes on. You have a go for Irosa install.
Copy, go.
Just watch your right arm.
And Frank, Josh, I want to let you know we're back with
I've
you.
got my hand on the rail here.
Awesome.
And I just have one caution to confirm that there's no BGA motion.
Now that we're in
Sorry, I'm stepping on you, Josh. Just one caution to make sure that we don't have BGA motion before installing, but you are go for the install.
Okay, and we need to remove this left tube. Anything else before we get started?
Just that one scoop, yes.
Frank, you got it with your right hand?
Give me 1 second. I do.
Okay. I'm going to keep, yeah, if we can keep from moving it towards the planet. Let's see, I'm going to take my hand off. Right.
so our spacewalker is working in tandem again. Right now, Josh Cassada working to remove that scoop. That was just that temporary handling aid that he had on Irosa.
I'm trying. Okay. I'm just going to let it load here. Go here. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, let's translate it towards me when you're ready.
I'm ready, and you just guide. I think you need to pull it towards feet. Not that way. I think it's not parallel with the mod kit right now.
No, it's not yet. Well, let's translate it towards me first, and then we'll another 10 centimeters.
You mean towards the left side of the mod kit, not into the mod kit yet?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. And it's at a pretty good angle right now, so you're going to have to pull your hand towards you. There you go.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to roll my end towards the IEA, about 10 degrees.
Okay, you're going to have to pull a little bit towards you. Okay. Or pull towards the IEA.
Are you able to push your end towards your feet?
It's, hold on for 1 second. For some reason, your end is not going. Okay. Let's just get going towards the mod kit, and then we'll adjust it once we're in.
There you go. Just a couple more degrees.
Needs to slide a little bit towards the left side of the mod kit. It looks like the line up on that airframe. Okay. Yeah, too far maybe. What do you think?
Looks about right from my end.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, and now we can just go towards the tabs. Pitch down. It's trying to pitch up a little bit.
Oh, watch the roll. Watch the roll.
Yeah. Hold on, give me a second.
There you go. Hold there. Stabilize it. Okay. I'm going to start bringing this.
Yeah, slide under real quick. I think I'm going to be able to control it a lot better.
Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, I got it.
That's good. You can let go there.
Okay.
Good. Let go.
Okay. Do you mind if I slide under? Be able to help you a lot more.
Nope, that's okay. Just watch your helmet on the...
Yep, thank you. Okay, ready? Through the soft. Now, there you go. Perfect.
Go nice and slow on any rotations here.
The top left, you can see some of the bolts sticking out. Those are going to be the hard capture. Those two handles you see are going to be our soft capture mechanism. So crew just working on aligning IROSA, getting it in place.
Watch your helmet. There you go. That one went down.
Yeah.
It looks like those go down pretty easily. Is that right? At least that one did.
Yeah.
Okay. Your helmet is pushing on the IROSA, just so you know.
Okay. Copy. It looks like we're lined up here.
Laterally.
Yep.
Okay. If you're ready to go back towards PGA, a minute.
Okay, let's do that. Ready? 3.
Okay.
1, 2.
Oops. Oh. I think that's too far.
Yeah.
You're right. Are you able to visually see the tabs going into the plot?
Not from here, but I can reposition to do that.
I think, yeah, watch your head. There you go. Nice save.
See if we can get the tabs. Are you able to take your, the far side away from the IEA so we can pitch it down?
Right. You want to pitch like this?
Yep.
Yeah, pitch nose down towards the runway. I got it.
Yep. Push towards me.
You mean laterally?
Laterally up towards the EJ.
Okay, so down the runway. Here it comes.
There we go.
Oh, not this one. Yep, got this one.
Okay, hold.
We got one in, and yours closest to you.
Come on, try to hold it without moving it 1 inch.
Watch your helmet again, sorry. So, why don't we pull that one all the way full out and let it recapture? What do you think?
Yep.
One's good.
Yeah. I understand. This looks aligned. It looks in well.
Can you watch your helmet?
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
It's in.
Is it in?
Yep.
Well, Nick, I think we got two.
We were all watching.
Can you verify that it
Nice
looks
work.
good from all angles there? Really nicely done, Frank.
That was mostly just forcing the thing. But it got in. Yeah, Nick, I'm not really sure what the issue was on that one, to be honest. We were lined up. It looked parallel. Yeah, but it just felt like it wasn't able to release in a full engaged position, and then somehow it just clicked. So, sorry, I don't have better data for you there.
Yeah, no worries. Appreciate the words, Frank,
Right.
and we've got the background copying it all down. You are good to release or attach the long duration tie down to the scoop, and then you'll release that scoop from the root beam.
I thought I was just releasing the ret for the next maneuver, leaving the scoop and long duration tie down tether on there.
And Josh, that sounds like a good plan.
Doesn't matter to me. I just wanted to be able to release my death grip on that bad boy.
Completely understand.
So, I've stowed the left scoop on my mini workstation and retrieving my ret from the right. That leaves the right scoop and the long duration tie down tether. Okay. If you agree, Nick, I'm going to go ahead and have Duke get started on the next maneuver.
And Josh, that sounds like a plan.
Too easy to.
Go ahead, Josh.
Okay, I am ready for the, I guess it's the R6 back-off position.
Yes, that's correct. The first one is a maneuver, manual maneuver to the IROSA back-off position, and after that there's a JOCA, so we're setting up a manual maneuver. Stand by.
Awesome. Duke, nicely done getting us in here tight so we can get that thing in.
Okay, Josh, we are ready for the maneuver to the IROSA back-off position. And this is to your body right 2 meters. Are you ready?
Body right 2 meters, EV2 is ready for the maneuver.
Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
It's a good motion.
So after some finessing, Frank Rubio, Josh Cassada able to get the iROSA into its install position. We were able to engage 2 of those soft capture handles that we watched Frank get ultimately installed after they tweaked the alignment a little bit. Next up, we're going to be moving the arm back, so Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann inside the station backing Josh Cassada away, and he's going to then start to get out pretty soon of that APFR. Before that, he's going to have to release a hinge restraint. So that's what's in place to essentially keep iROSA folded. Once that gets released, there's a 1-bolt R6 that's going to get released, and then they're going to be able to move into unfolding of the array. So again, first we're going to unfold it, and then we're going to deploy it. So it's 2 different steps. So right now it's folded up kind of like a sandwich. We're going to unfold that and then move to secure the 3rd soft capture, and then bolt this thing into place in the mounting bracket before we get to cable install and ultimately unfurling the new iROSA array. So everything continuing to go really smoothly for both of our spacewalkers. Hitting a couple of sticky points, but moving and being able to work through each of them without any issues. We're still a little bit ahead on the timeline as we're at 3 hours, 22 and a half minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Frank, Josh, just want to give you a heads up on timeline, big picture. We're doing good. You're seeing the sunset. We're targeting the next eclipse for the cable mate.
Copy that. Thanks so much.
And so right now we're heading into an eclipse. You can see things starting to get dark on the crew members there. And as you just heard Nick Hague call up.
We are ready for the R6 back of JOCAS, which is a 3-minute maneuver, and we will move you, yaw you to the left about 90 degrees. Are you ready?
I'm ready for the JOCAS. Thank you.
Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
And that call right there, so Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann executing another maneuver with the space station's robotic arm. You heard JOCAS. It stands for Joint Operated Command Auto Sequence. Just an automated sequence for maneuver of the arm, helps the crew member just be more aware of where the different loads, the maneuvers are going to go. They're maneuvering Josh Cassada right now into position to release what's known as R6. And that's what's going to be able to let them ultimately unfold the iROSA array. We are going to be targeting the next eclipse, though, so that's about an hour and a half from now before we get into any cable mating, because again, we have to be in eclipse. It's our most surefire inhibit to make sure that the arrays aren't generating any electricity. That's when we're on the dark side of the planet. And so we'll have to wait for that before we can do any of the actual cable connections, start integrating these arrays together into the same power channel. Meanwhile, the crew waiting for this maneuver to take place. They've got cameras there with thermal covers over them, able to take pictures of both hardware and other things during their spacewalk. Again, we're just shy of 3.5 hours. We're at 3 hours, 25 minutes. So we are just about halfway through the planned timeline for today. Everything going great so far. with Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio, that we've got IROSA in its initial capture.
Copy.
2 of the 3 soft capture mechanisms are engaged. The third won't get engaged until after we're able to unfold. And then after that, we'll be able to start bolting everything into place.
Okay, Josh, position hold. We're going to set up for R6 approach manual maneuver.
Okay, you are a go for the GCA to publish for R6 approach.
Copy. We are setting that up.
And Josh, your PGT settings are going to be Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2.
Awesome, thank you so much. Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2.
And Josh, we are ready for the maneuver for your GCA to the published R6 approach position, which is body in 1 meter.
Okay, start GCA to published.
And Josh, because at night we don't have good the view on the cameras, if you could monitor the clearance of the ingress aid to the structure.
I've got ingress aid and boot plate to structure.
Okay, here comes the motion, and in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
See good motion.
See good motion.
Continue.
See continue.
Continue.
See continue. Another 60 centimeters.
Continue.
See continue. Another 30.
Continue.
Copy.
And ramp out in 3, 2, 1.
Ramping out.
Okay. It's going to work fine. GCA complete.
GCA complete. You have a go for unbolting.
And Josh, before you start doing turns there, we need to clean up the scoops.
Okay.
So big picture, you're going to daisy chain the scoop that's on you and the scoop that's got the long duration in front of you that's still attached to IROSA. And when those are daisy chained together on that long duration, you're going to hand that to Frank so he can send it over to crew log back in.
Please stand by.
So Josh Cassada is still on the end of the robotic arm, now in place. Before he can remove this final hinge restraint, he's going to remove the scoop. It's on the left side of your screen. That's the temporary handle that was put on IROSA to assist with him holding onto it as they flew over to this work site.
End of the long duration. At the end is attached to the scoop.
You'll see him swing the small lever that's just below the circular part over to the right. That puts it in its release position. He'll be able to pop that off. He's then going to hand it over to Frank Rubio to go temporarily stow it on the exterior of a crew lock bag.
The scoop that's on my mini workstation is ready to me, so I'm going to take this here.
Can I give you this right to put on the long duration then?
On the long duration, yes, I can. See, end of it. Right, it is on. Locked out.
Yeah.
I'll wait to release my RESA. Okay, so you're ready to the long duration. Long duration goes to one scoop. The other long duration goes to this scoop, so I'm going to release my ret. Go for it. Okay, there's one scoop for you. and then I will release the scoop that is attached to IROSA. Okay. There we go.
See you scoop in the release position.
Have the scoops. You have the scoops there in the long duration.
And now both of those scoops that were used to give a handle essentially for Josh Cassada now transferred over to Frank Rubio. He's going to go temp stow those.
Scoops back down to crew lock bag M. Between the two of you, we'll want to put eyes on the soft capture feature just to make sure it's in a good position. And then Josh will wait for Frank to get into a position to hold IROSA, because when we release that bolt, it'll unfold.
Understood. I can see out the side that the other soft capture is not deployed yet. It's sticking up. If you want Frank to see the other side of it, you can just wait.
That's a good config. Thanks for the check.
Okay. I am in position.
Okay, so we'll just confirm those settings. It's been a bit. Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2, and it's going to be 18 to 20 turns. The bolt will spring out when it's fully released.
Okay, I've got Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2, understand 18 to 20 turns.
Good readback.
We're on R6. All right. Certain turns.
All right, so Josh Cassada right now releasing the final hinge restraint. Once this is released, we'll be able to start unfolding the IROSA array. So before that happens, Cassada is going to have to stow his PGT, and then he's going to back off away from IROSA on the robotic arm. He's going to get out of that foot restraint and start making his way back over. And then once he gets into position, over on the other side of the mounting bracket, Frank Rubio is going to slowly start to pivot, and that's going to allow IROSA to start to unfold.
It is for now. I see the white line.
Copy, good release. So Josh, while Frank holds that in position, you're good to work with Koichi for the arm maneuvers.
See that? Okay, M2, EV2 is ready for the R6 back off maneuver.
Okay, copy that, Josh. This is a body out for about 90 centimeters. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
See good motion.
Copy, good motion. Ramping out.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, position hold. We will set up for the APFR egress GeoCast.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, we are ready for APFR egress setup jocast, which is a 3-minute jocast, and we will move yaw you to the right about 90 degrees. Are you ready?
Ready for the jocast, thank you.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
See good motion.
Copy, good motion. Josh, the arm is ramping up.
Ready?
Yeah, arm is in the position hold, and we will set up for manual to APFR egress position.
Okay, and understand that is a GCA to publish?
Affirmative.
Koichi, when you're set up, I'm ready for the GCA to publish to the APFR egress.
Okay, Josh, this is a body left 70 centimeters. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
See good motion?
Copy, good motion. Centimeters to go.
Continue.
Centimeters to go.
Okay, continue.
So at this moment, Nicole Man, Koichi Wakata.
Continue. GCA another 20 centimeters.
See another 20 centimeters.
Ramp out in 3, 2, 1. Stop motion.
Okay, stopping the motion. Position hold.
GCA is complete for me.
Yeah. Okay, Josh, your brakes on. You have a go for APFR egress.
Copy that. I understand egress just with the ingress aid?
That's affirmative.
All right, so again, the robotic arm with Josh Cassada at the end backed away from the IROSA and moved over to the station structure itself, and now he'll be able to egress or get out of that foot restraint.
Yes, we do. I'd like you to get it stowed in low profile.
And once Cassada is able to get out of this foot restraint, he's going to move back over into position to help Frank Rubio start to unfold IROSA. They're going to work together to slowly unfold it. Cassada will be ready to engage the final alignment and the final soft capture handle. We saw the first two get into place when they brought IROSA over to the mounting bracket, so we'll have one more to go. After it's unfolded, there's two hinge bolts, and those are going to get driven into place using a combination of the PGT, our drill, and also a special tool called the AMS knob. It's essentially a screwdriver that you can operate by holding it in the palm of your hand. And this way we're going to make sure we're not imparting too much torque on the final install of these bolts, and these hinge bolts are what's going to securely hold the array in place once it's unfolded.
Copy that, Josh. And so you're going to move over to the mod kit, and when you're in a good position, you'll give Koichi the go to reposition the arm.
Okay.
And Josh, big picture, as the arm stretches away, you'll keep an eye on your safety tether and eventually put a fair lead on the right lower strut handrail.
Okay. I go there now, if that's okay, and then we'll work on the arm ops. Looks like I got the seed. There it is. Okay. The 55 foot isn't pulling too hard, so I'm not sure if this fair lead's going to stay.
Hey, Josh.
We are fair led on the lower. Go ahead.
Hey, Josh, just wanted to, I was probably unclear in order of ops. We'll put the fair lead in afterwards just to make sure we stay clear when we unfold the IROSA. Big picture is leave the fair lead out, let the arm stretch away so that we don't restrict the pull out of the cable.
Okay, so undo the fair lead I just did. It shouldn't make much of a difference, right?
Nope, you're just going to need to put eyes on it.
I've got eyes on it. M2 EV2, you are a go to maneuver the arm away from the mod kit.
And Josh, we'd like that fair lead out.
Okay, no fair lead.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back up to the mod kit then. Yeah, no problem. M2 EV2, did you copy?
Go ahead, Josh.
You are a go to maneuver the SS RMS away from the mod kit.
Okay, we're going to move to the tether swap position, and because of the night lighting, we do not have the clearance view, and tether is clear, right?
The tether is clear, but I also don't have a good view of the arm itself.
Yeah, stand by, we're going to check.
All right, and while you guys do that, I'm going to get myself in position for the unfold here. do you have a good view of each other here?
Yep. And clear there. You might want to sweep it down to your left side of your body. It'll go across your body, but it'll go under your there you go, under your armpit there. Oh, there you go. Now it's perfectly clear.
Awesome. Okay. I think we're in a good spot to unfold, if you agree.
And Josh, just want to make sure that the arm is in a good position.
It is back over my left. It is not clear yet.
Yep, copy, Josh. We'll wait for Duke and Koichi to get the arm where it needs to be. Then we'll confirm that the safety tether is going to be out of the plane of the unfold, and then we'll get happy and everybody give you a go.
Sounds good.
Okay, Josh and Frank, we are ready to maneuver to the tether swap position. First, we will move to the station starboard 3 meters, and then after that, we need to move zenith 2 meters, but we need to have a better lighting for the clearance monitoring for the zenith motion. But we will start with station starboard 3 meter motion at this time.
You are a go.
Copy, Coach.
We're still setting up the manual mode.
And our astronauts inside the station, Nicole Man, Koichi Cassada, working now to move the robotic arm a little bit out of the way, and then we're going to be able to continue on with this unfolding.
3, 2, 1, in motion.
I see good motion.
In motion.
Together looks good to me.
Okay. Another 1.5 meters to station starboard.
Copy. You've got eyes on my safety tether?
Yeah.
So if they can't go station zenith, it actually is going to be in the way of the unfold.
Yeah, it'd be close.
Yeah.
Meters to go.
Copy.
A long night pass for being near high beta angle.
30 meters to go.
Copy.
Okay, yes, starboard maneuver is complete, and we will need to move to zenith for 2 meters. At this time, we don't have good clearance view.
Okay. Are you able to move at all zenith without more light?
Yeah, we can move about a meter, and we need to move 2 meters total.
What do you think, Frank? With that?
Yeah, and I can, Koichi, I can clear the lead all the way down, all the way zenith. I just can't clear the rest of the arm, but I have a really good view of the lead in the APFR.
Yeah, all we need the clearance is the APFR clearance, so if you could monitor that, I would appreciate it.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, here comes the motion in station zenith. 3, 2, 1, starting the motion.
Good motion, good motion.
Copy, good motion.
So we had peeked inside for just a moment, saw Koichi and Nicole Man.
Copy that.
They're working inside the Destiny laboratory at the robotics workstation. You can see them right here. Nicole Mann's our M1, our robotics lead. She's been the one controlling the arm so far today. while Koichi takes the comm duties, speaking directly to Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio outside. Meanwhile, they're still perched right at the IROSA's install point. We're waiting for
10 meters to go.
the arm to get out of the way, essentially, before they can start to unfold IROSA.
10 meters to go.
They're again going to be working in tandem to very slowly unfold IROSA, at which point Josh Cassada is going to be able to engage the third and final soft capture.
Hey, Frank, if you can put a hand on IROSA, it's starting to unfold.
Okay, position hold, and thanks for the clearance monitoring.
No problem. Sorry, I got to put my arm down to see the arm.
Yep, understood. We were watching it the whole time. And so, Josh, if the safety tether is clear, the original fair lead that I had you put in was intended to provide some additional clearance of your safety tether relative to the current arm position to make sure it stays out of the fold.
I see. Do we need it?
No. Okay. Doesn't look like it.
I'm happy to put it in, but
yeah, it'll give a little extra safety margin. Only need to go like half the distance, but unfortunately I don't think there's anything there to...
No. That's okay. I'll go do it.
Sounds like a plan, guys. And just to let you know, we're still up on the timeline.
Okay, thanks, Nick.
And Josh, while you're working on that, Frank's holding it closed. I've got a warning here to avoid the pinch point when you're unfolding and rotating IROSA.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Okay, that fair lead is in. Don't know how long it's going to stay, actually. Nope, it's not. This reel isn't pulling too hard, Nick, so the fair lead doesn't really want to stay in. And we just keep a good eye on it while we unfold it. Do you think, Frank, and just keep it clear?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be well clear. It's just those extra step, but I think we have plenty. We'll have at least a meter, more clearance.
I think if you're okay with that plan, Frank, think we've got at least a meter.
Yep, and we're comfortable with that plan. Just keep eyes on it as it's unfolding.
Good.
Just cheat towards the IEA with your body position.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Okay, 1 second. I'll get myself locked in right here. Okay. I can stay here, and we can do unfold, and I probably don't have to go any further later than that.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah. All right, looks good. Ready?
I am ready.
Do we have a go to unfold?
You have a go.
There we see IROSA starting to unfold. So this whole time Frank Rubio's been keeping a hand on it. Is once that last bolt, that R6 bolt, was released, it was able to unfold. So the slow unfolding process now underway.
Well, it's going to work. You're okay? Okay, that's good.
Once we get it completely unfolded,
okay,
we're going to be looking for Josh Cassada to engage another alignment and a soft capture handle.
Remember, the soft capture's left trigger? Are they counterclockwise?
Yep, correct. I got it.
Not quite all the way in yet. There we go.
Okay. Engaged.
Right, let's make sure. Okay, and Nick, you can probably see that in the heck. I think that's a good engage there for the third.
And copy all. We see a good install. So before you guys go too far, we'll do glove, hap check, and gauntlet check on everybody.
Okay.
EV1, no changes to my gloves. Good gloves. Gauntlets are both down, and the hap is dry.
No changes to EV2's gloves, and gauntlets are in place. I can maneuver them if I need to, and my hap is also dry.
Okay, good checks, thanks. So the next thing, we're going to drive the R7, R8 bolts. So Josh, you're going to move into position to work those hinge bolts. And Frank, you're going to work on, you've got those long duration with the scoops back at crew log bag M. You're going to get those stowed, but you're also going to retrieve the AET with the AMS knob.
Copy.
All right, so a good initial install, a good soft capture.
So until it's just going to keep coming back out, but it's all here near the bag.
Understand, Frank, and what we're really looking for is just a retrieve of the AMS knob with the cap keepers, and just your SA, we're leaving that redded back to the bag.
And that is affirmative. I have it in hand, and it is redded. 2 routes back to the bag.
And so right here in the hands of Frank Rubio, that's the AMS knob that's going to be used for hand tightening of some of these bolts. So IROSA unfolded.
We made it in time. This PGT is still powered up. I'm up near R7 and R8.
Alrighty, your setting is Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
That's a good readback, and you're going to drive expecting 14 to 16 turns.
14 to 16 turns. I'm going to confirm those settings with you again here in a second. These gloves are fat, and just killed the power to this thing.
I've done that.
So we're looking through Frank Rubio's helmet camera. That's Josh Cassada there with the pistol grip tool. He's putting the settings in. So Alpha 1, if you remember, we've got A1 through 7, B1 through 7.
Clockwise 2.
Alpha 1 is the least torque.
Let's see again those turns, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, 14 to 16 turns, you're going to torque.
Copy.
So looking at putting the minimum torque possible on these bolts using the pistol grip tool. It's actually a little bit more torque than these bolts are designed for. So after he drives them in, he's going to drive them back about 1 turn and then use that AMS knob to hand tighten these bolts. And these are just what's going to ensure that IROSA stays in this unfolded position. So he's got 2 to go, R7 and R8. He'll get these first. He'll tighten them both, then we'll see him switch over to a counterclockwise to loosen them up 1 turn, and then Frank Rubio will hand him the AMS knob to do some quick hand tightening it back about a turn, at which point we will be done with those bolts and they'll be able to step into securing the 8 mounting bracket bolts that are going to do essentially our hard capture of IROSA on this mounting bracket.
Saying 17.58, good green light, and torque at 2.4. That was R7.
Copy, good bolt on R7.
And a half. This is 17.31, good green light, good torque of 2.4, that's R8.
Copy, Josh. Okay, so the next step is we're going to go alpha 1, counter 2, and we're going to release each of those bolts. 1 turn.
Alpha 1, counterclockwise 2 for 1 turn. Both.
You know, if you need me to hold your feet.
Oh, that wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I'm going to come horizontal here. Oh, that'd be great. Perfect, thank you. Starting counterclockwise. 1.
Okay, copy, Josh. Good release on R7, R8. So once you stow the PGT, Frank's going to hand you that AMS knob.
Copy. Okay, can we do the same thing, Frank? Yep. All right. I did. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's do the hard one first. We'll do R7.
Copy, Josh. And it's just hand tight, less than 30 inch-pounds. Should be less than a turn.
Copy.
And so again, Josh Cassada using that pistol grip tool first to do the initial turning on these final 2 bolts to secure IROSA in the unfolded position. He then backed them off 1 turn each, and now just using this to hand tighten, as we didn't want too much torque on these bolts. They were actually designed for a little bit less than the minimum torque possible using that pistol grip tool, so this hand tool, our workaround. We used the pistol grip tool at first because otherwise doing the full tightening with the hand tool would be pretty torturous on a crew member, so lesson learned from earlier spacewalks.
Copy. Good install on R7.
And looks like R7 complete. Next up is going to be R8. And then once this is done, Cassada is going to hand off the AMS knob over to Frank, who's going to stow them in that crew bag. Then they're going to move into securing IROSA to this mounting bracket with 8 additional bolts. And so it'll be over to Frank Rubio and his PGT to get those installed.
Thank you.
Copy, Josh. Good, R8. And from a translation aid perspective, you can use the base of those bolts, the bolt cam, but try to not put load into the bolts themselves.
Okay. You talk about the M1 through M38 bolts?
Affirmative.
Okay. Well, they'll be gone soon enough because Frank's going to take care of them, I think. Are you ready for thread hooks on the caps?
Affirmative. All right, here's J4. Three. I can get 1 and 2 if you want. Okay. Want me to head over to my Cassada? Yeah, I can get it. Good with that plan, Nick? In fact, I'm going to cool down here a little bit first.
So right now they're removing some of the caps from the connection points for these cables. Reminder that we won't be able to do the entire electrical mating until we're in an eclipse, as we're going to be plugging into the legacy array, which is obviously unfurled and generating electricity.
Copy, Josh. 5 on the TCV, and so you're going to work with Koichi for the arm to get into the tether swap position.
Okay. I'll move over there, Frank. Thank you for bringing that over my way. Yeah, absolutely. Nick, can I get started on 31 through 38?
Affirmative. Just while you're under there, I've got a caution for you to avoid inadvertent contact with the cables and NZGL connectors that are attached to the IROSA. But yeah, we're going to start with any order is good, so whatever's convenient, and when you're ready, I'll give you the PGT settings.
Okay. All right. I'll wait one real quick.
Arm is in position, and we will take it.
Copy that. Thank you. All right, Nick, I'm ready for those settings.
Okay, Frank, the settings are Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Bravo 5, clockwise 2. Copy.
Yep, that's a good read back, and you'll check that the black line is flush. You'll drive the torque.
So a little over 4 hours, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk. Another quick momentary handover. We'll get that video back. So we're now stepping into some of the final bolt driving that we're going to need to do in order to secure IROSA to its mounting bracket over to get integrated into the 4A power channel. So there's going to be 8 bolts, and it's going to be over to Frank Rubio, who's going to be using that pistol grip tool again to secure those in place.
My red reel, it is locked, and I'm going to go put it on my right D-ring extender.
Josh Cassada is doing a little bit of housekeeping right now with his various tethers. And meanwhile, Frank Rubio getting into position to use that pistol grip tool. He's going to be using a little bit more torque. We're going to be at Bravo 5, so again, 1 through 7, 5's your highest, or 7's your highest, so we're not quite at max torque on this, but we're getting pretty close. There's 4 bolts on the left side, and then 4 bolts on the right.
On the torque on Mike 31.
Copy, that's a good Mike 31. Hey Frank, just want to confirm on M31 there was a black line flush.
Yeah, I thought about that next black line was flush.
Copy, thanks.
And my red hook is on my right D-ring extender, gate closed, fire lock, black on black. I retrieve my rep and unlock the reel. Did you copy?
Yep, copy Josh. See you working to release the rep and unlock the reel.
Okay.
Next bolt was Mike 34, and I had 12 turns, green light, 22.1 on the torque, black line is flush.
Copy, good M34.
Nick, if you agree, I'm going to go up and get my 55-foot anchor off of the arm.
Affirmative, Josh. You got a good tether pack, so you're good to pull your anchor.
Back on Mike 32, actually had 14 turns, green light, 22.1 torque.
Copy, Frank.
Black line flush.
Hey, copy, Frank, and we can see it in your HACA as well.
Okay. .33, 12 turns, green light, 22.5 on the torque, black line flush.
Copy, Frank. That's a good set of left side bolts. He'll transition over to the right side.
Okay, I've got my 55-foot back. Nick, I think we're in a good config to go ahead and maneuver the arm again, if you agree.
Concur, Josh.
Guichi, I'm just going to get out of the way, go back to the mod kit, and then I'll give you a go of whatever is your next maneuver.
Okay, just copy that. If the tether is removed, we can maneuver to the IEA backup position.
I'll stand by. I'll give you a go here in just a second.
Like Mike 35, I had 13 turns, green light, 21.9 torque, black line flush.
Copy. Good. M35.
M2 EV2, you are a go to maneuver the SSRMS.
Okay, copy that, Josh. We will maneuver to the IEA backup position.
All right, Frank, well, I'm starting to gather stuff on my mini workstation again.
Like Mike 36, 12 turns, green light, 22.2 on the torque, and black line flush.
Copy. Good bolt.
Would you like me to stay down here at the IEA, or do you want me to help with 37 at 38?
I'm working 37 right now. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll just knock it out real quick, 38.
Sure. I will stay out of your way.
My 37, I counted 11 turns, it might have been 12, so green light, 21.9 on the torque, and black line is flush.
Copy. Good bolt.
Hey, what? Thank you. I think that's you on my back, right?
Sorry if it is. Yeah, yep, I see you there.
Get out of your way. Nick, how long till that next eclipse?
Yeah, we got a little over 35 minutes, Josh.
Okay, so we're going to go to R9 and R10 next?
And Josh, I was waiting for this bolt stuff, and then I was going to give you the big picture.
Okay, sounds good, sorry.
Like 38 was 12 turns, green light, 22.1 on the torque. The black line is parachute's flush if I look at it with the canister flat.
Yep, copy. That's a good bolt. And so, Frank, you can stow the PGT. Big picture, we're a little over 35 minutes before the start of the working eclipse. Our next activity gets us into the cable mate, so we're able to start a few of those steps and work on the IROSA mating. And then we're going to break out of that and try to do some of our cleanup, all with the objective of getting back into position for the finish of the cable mate before we start the eclipse.
Okay, copy that. 3-1.
So with that, Josh, you're going to move into position on the right side. Frank, you're going to move into position on the left side. You can work in the middle. I guess they're all located right there. And we're going to work P3, J3, P1, J1 on IROSA.
Okay, copy that. Josh, I am clear.
Sounds good, thanks.
Can I get started on P1, J1?
Affirmative. You're going to mate P1 to IROSA J1, looking for good checks and over center.
Yeah.
A heads up, Frank, that orientation brought my safety tether behind me, so I hopefully didn't create a problem, but just the way I came up.
Okay.
It looks just off my right side. Yes. Okay.
I don't know if I'm in your way here.
I think we're both going to be each other's way. All right, for J3, no FOD, no bent pins, Rubio I-band, or full aft, over center, and go on the mate. So
Copy, good check.
need a little bit more slack.
Nick, I have the same for P1 to J1. Good pins, good EMI band, no FOD, and it is mated and over center.
Copy, good mate on P1, J1.
Here, Frank.
So Frank, your go for P2 to J2.
When I put them there, the black line was by the.
Is it? Oh, I see. It's up there.
Yeah. It should be by the wire tie.
It should be down here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might be able to just pull because the other side's just on the wire tie.
It doesn't want to. Not sure why. Tell you what, can I head over there? I'm going to try to fight it through if you could pull a little bit more slack my way.
And Nick, P2 is made it to J2. Good pins, good EMI band, no FOD, and it is now over center.
Copy, good P2, J2 mate.
Hey, Frank? Yep, it's just catching on these knots that are tied to keep them together. Can you vet to it, make sure it's secure? I'm going to undo this one. Okay. That's just did too good of a job. It's too tight. And then I'll move it. Is there an indicator where this one's supposed to be?
No, that one's got plenty of room, so that one's not a big deal.
Okay. I don't know if it's going to go past the Y or not. But,
okay. I'm ready to this side.
You're ready. Okay, here it comes. Okay, can you pull your direction? Whoops.
It's not the black line, is that the wire timer?
That's awesome. Give me 1 second. Okay. And in fact, do you want to just mate? Yep, that one.
I got this end.
All right, you got 3 twists here. Good config.
Like P4 to J4 and P3 to J3, correct?
That's affirmative.
All right. P4 is made it to J4. I had good pins, good EMI band, no fog, and it is over center.
Okay.
Copy. Good. P4, J4 mate.
And P3 is made it to J3, good pins, good EMI band, no fog, and we are over center.
Copy. Good. P3, J3 mate. So that's the end of the cable mating that we can do before we're in eclipse. So Frank, we're going to have you head over to the crew lock bag M, and we're going to spend a little time cleaning that up.
Copy that.
And so a quick check-in, 4 hours, 27 minutes into today's spacewalk.
First goal if you want.
Seriously.
Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada just completed some pretty important tasks to secure the IROSA solar array.
Not open the contingency side yet. Can I just leave it closed, or do you guys need a view of that?
Frank, let me interrupt. Can I give you your rep back from the...
Yes, please.
Hey Frank, hold on opening that side. Leave that closed.
Okay. Okay. Copy that. And let me know what you can see here. The other side.
And Frank, yeah, what we want you to do is work on trying to stow everything in the other half of crew lock bag M. And then we're going to move that over to the cable bag and put it inside, realizing that we still have to retrieve a scoop off the bottom of the mod kit, but we'll take care of that later. Josh has a lot of extra rets this.
Okay. Do you guys have what you need on how can I put stuff away?
And Frank, I can confirm we've got a good inventory of the bag via your HECA, so you're good to close it all up.
Copy that. Thanks.
Again, at this moment in our spacewalk today, we're just shy of 4.5 hours. The IROSA solar array has been installed onto its mounting bracket, both Frank Rubio driving all 8 bolts to secure it in place after working with Josh Cassada to get it unfolded. They started some of the cable mating work, connecting the cables to the NZGLs, the NASA zero gravity levers. That's just the cable interface that they have on these power cables. They've started some of that cable routing with the connections made to the IROSA. We will not do...
I have to open the other side.
We will not do the routing to integrate those in with the existing solar array until we're in eclipse, and that's coming up in a little less than 30 minutes from now.
Are you able to those caps in there while I hold?
Yeah, keep one of things, 1 minute to troubleshoot something there.
Hey Frank, we understand it's a tight fit in there. Big picture, we're going to put this inside of the cable bag, so if you have to put something on the outside of crew lock bag M, we're okay with that because you're getting ready to put everything inside the cable bag.
Okay, copy. Thanks.
Almost there, Frank.
So again, as we wait for Eclipse, which is coming in about 20 minutes from now.
Can I hold your feet?
You can push me back down, that'd be great.
Okay, sounds good. That one cap is out, but I don't think that's a big deal.
Yeah, that was just so I could tell Nick that I had to leave one thing out.
And copy, Frank. We see it. So now you're going to move the crew lock bag M down inside of the cable bag.
Okay. I'm happy to help unless you think there's too many cooks in the kitchen. What do you think?
No, this one I might take you up on because
let's do it.
It's a bear.
Let's do it.
And big picture, guys, we've got 25 minutes until the working eclipse. This is the last thing we're going to have you do, and then we're going to have you get into position, catch your breath, and then get ready to do all the cable mating in the dark.
Sounds great. Thanks, Nick.
You just heard the voice of the ground IV today, Nick Hague. He's the one here in Mission Control talking Frank and Josh throughout this entire spacewalk. So they're doing one small task out of order, so they're doing some of their cleanup.
And that should keep us clear on feathers. And I should be somewhat useful on the IDA bag.
Give me 1 second here.
There's no rush unless you need.
No, I just need to see how I'm going to get down. Yep, right there. Perfect.
Is there a handrail on the backside of this A-frame?
Yep.
Maybe we could just split up that way.
Easier?
Yeah, easier. Very useful. Yep.
Remember that first DVA where you had that moment of like, where's the bag?
Mm-hmm.
Just had that.
I remember it. Oh.
All right.
Okay. Let's send the ID back to me. I'll put it down here in my IEA.
Awesome.
That sound good? Yep. Let's see. Okay. Wow, that is going to be crowded. All right. You ready with the M bag? I'll try to open fairly quickly.
I'll just open, stop, close.
Yeah, that was great. Let's see, and you're going to take the large, small inside to anchor it?
Yeah.
Hey, Frank and Josh.
Maybe I can give that to you and just put it up.
Just want to offer up, if you think it's going to be too crowded on the inside of the cable bag, we're okay if you bundle the two together.
I'm going to defer to you. You're the expert on bundling these things if it's a good idea or not.
Let's try opening it real quick.
Okay.
And then if it doesn't work, all right, it's probably going to want to go in the middle compartment, which has other stuff in it. I don't know if the top arm is going to have enough height.
To make the Velcro, you mean?
Yeah, to fit this whole, you know what I mean, like to bring the flap, the lid back over.
But we could do this, right? We could connect that to hold it down. Is there another one over there?
Yeah, there is. This one right here. Goes up and over for the lid.
You want to try for upper shelf first?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right.
Yeah. Actually, here, let's switch. I'll give you the bag now, and I'll hold it.
Stand by. We need to get this anchored in there.
And guys, while you're putting the bag inside there, we will want to end up with a ret that comes from the inside to the outside to grab the scoop later.
Right there.
Okay.
Use that.
Got it.
I'll take that one off. Velcro down.
And if you want, you can just use that one that's right there at the bag lid as the ret for the scoop.
Thanks, man.
I got the large, small anchored in there on a D-ring.
Okay.
And that D-ring appears to be part of the bag. It is.
And let me take off my rat.
Yeah. I'm going to get two in there first, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Let's see here. Oh, this guy. So close I can taste it. There we go. All right. Go ahead and grab your rat. We've got two large hooks connected inside this.
I'm off.
All right. Ready? Yep. I get a deposit.
Okay. We're in.
You close? Does that strap make it?
Yeah, can you hold it closed?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yes, I can. Yep, go for it.
That's on.
Okay.
I can hold it closed if you want to get the other one.
Well, let's see. The other one is used as an anchor right now, right?
Yeah. But I can release it real quick because we'll have another one.
How about this one? This one is, it comes from the corner, but it's not being used right now.
Can I hold it shut there?
Yeah, is there an anchor somewhere near? How about we go to the same one you just went to? With this corner.
You think it'll go across here?
Remember, this is the one we learned about loosening. I give you that one. You go, and I'll hold it closed. You go to the same spot you just went to.
It's not going to reach.
Shoot.
Here, let me use got the lid?
You can, yeah.
Right now we are just shy of 4 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, which kicked off earlier this morning about 7:19 a.m. Central Time, when our two spacewalkers, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, turned their suits over to battery power. Since then, they've been able to accomplish every single task laid out in front of them so far in order to get this new rollout solar array in place and over to its installation point on a support bracket that's going to have it perched essentially right over the existing array for the 4A power channel. They were able to work together to get it released from its temporary stowage point and then ultimately moved over to where it now sits. They've been able to successfully bolt it in.
there's a hook on the lid right there behind your right hand.
They were able to successfully bolt the array to the support bracket and started at least some of the cable routing, connecting the 4 connection points to the IROSA itself. At this point, we are just having them do a couple of cleanup tasks ahead of time while we wait for eclipse.
Yeah. I don't know that that's going to hold. It's kind of shooting out the side here. That's going great here. You just put the same anchor. Okay.
It's not tight enough. But what if we lose it and go to that other hook that you just went to? And it'll kind of go across.
Okay. I was thinking this guy, the one we just did, right to that lid, unless you think that's also going to
Oh, okay.
do this.
Yeah, no, I don't. Oh, well.
There we go.
Sure.
As loose as it gets. Our wives get back at us for not wrapping presents this year. Okay. Look at that. It's perfect. Just textbook.
Fully agree.
Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
It'll get in the airlock. All right.
One doesn't want to stay.
There we go.
And we still have our net on the outside for the scoop. Yep.
Looks good, gentlemen. Everybody's
over at our panels.
Yeah, everybody's happy. So if Josh, if you want to head over to the right side, and Frank, if you want to head over to the left side, I'll read out some warnings as you're translating over. So you must not demate the solar array wing connectors until eclipse plus 2 minutes, and you must maintain a 1-foot keep-out zone from demated SAW connectors starting 2 minutes prior to and during inflation.
Copy. Copy.
So you're going to have some time on your hands. We've got a little over 10 minutes before we can get you to work. So get in position, get nice and stable, throw down a BRT, take some good photos. I'll give you a heads up as we get closer.
Okay, thanks.
And as we approach the 4-hour, 45-minute mark, the crew, Josh Cassada, Frank Rubio, done with that short get-ahead task, wrangling some of the cables and connectors that they've been using so far. Right now, they're going to start making their way over to their next worksite position, where they're going to be connecting a series of cables. They already started this work, plugging in the sides of the cables into the connection points on the IROSA solar array, but then had to stop until we hit eclipse, as they're going to be essentially tying those cables in to some additional connection points on the solar array wing itself, the existing one, and then they're going to be plugging those in to integrate both the existing solar array and the new IROSA into the same tie-in to the same power channel. So we're going to wait until eclipse to make sure that that array is not actively generating any electricity before they get that go.
Looks okay. all the way back to...
Just when I turn here, it almost seems like it's not coming straight from my right side.
Yeah, all the way to your body, it's clear.
That's the part that I'm looking at right now. Okay, it's all good. If it's up to me next time, I'm not going to go with 3 safety tethers.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Fortunately, I think that's Miranda's way of giving you a Christmas gift.
And in the meantime, we're about 5 minutes away from getting that video signal back with the space station. So in a bit of a hold point as they get to their position for the final cable mating steps to start integrating this IROSA into the whole electrical power system for the station itself. And these IROSAs, this is going to be the 4th of 6 planned. This will be the 4th one to get installed, and all of these designed to actually boost the overall output of the electrical system on board the station by about 30%, bringing it up to about 250 kilowatts of electricity available for payloads, scientific research, any of the hardware that we have on board to use on all segments of the station. So this is a multi-year process that's been underway. Each time requiring several spacewalks to install these. First to install a mod kit, a mounting bracket, essentially all the hardware you need to put the array in place, and then flying up the arrays 2 at a time in the trunk of a SpaceX Cargo Dragon. So this will be array number 4, and once we see it deployed, it's going to cover up some of the existing array, but with its increased efficiency, is going to be able to boost the otherwise lost power that you would have had from covering up those cells. After they're able to get the cables mated, the last major step is going to be unfurling or deploying the rollout solar array. And it's all in the name, so it's rolled up. There's essentially just 2 bolts that are holding it in that rolled up.
Everything's set up here ahead of time.
Yep. Right here.
But again, there's just about 2 bolts that are holding it in this rolled up configuration right now, and so after those are released, the array actually does all the work itself. It's got built-in tension that will cause it to slowly unfurl. You have the solar blanket with all of the cells in the center, and on either side of that you have booms, which are really providing a lot of the structural support. And as we see those start to unfurl, right now they're in a flat configuration. They're going to curl up, and a series of magnets are going to go into place to help hold them into that form. We talked about it a little bit earlier, so those booms, the best analogy we've gotten so far.
Just for heads up, we're down Hecka right now. Just the KU outage should come back here shortly. Coming up on a short handover. We've got just under 8 minutes to go, so clock is ticking slowly.
No worries, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
But again, as we see those,
soak it up.
and our 2 spacewalkers, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, getting a moment, catching their breath before we head into eclipse, and we can give them the green light to start finishing this cable routing. We'll head into the eclipse, then we'll wait about 2 minutes until we give them the go. Then the clock will be ticking. They'll have a little less than 30 minutes total to complete, as we need to essentially stop any work if we're not done before the eclipse is over and the sun starts coming up. But they already knocked out some of the initial cable routing that's going to be on their task. They made it all of the 4 connections to the IROSA panel itself. So they'll just have a handful, 4 different connections to make to the existing solar array panels, and then 2 final connections to integrate both the existing solar arrays and the newly installed IROSA, integrate them together into the 4A power channel. And so all that's going to be coming up in a couple of minutes. We should get our KU, our high data rate signal, which allows us to get that live video in just a minute or so. And we'll get back over the shoulders of Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, 4 hours, 51 minutes, 28 seconds and counting into today's spacewalk.
And guys, we're back with you now, and we've got good HECA.
Okay, copy. Copy, Darkwood.
We still have another 5 minutes. Josh, if you're in a decent position, teams on the ground would like to get a HECA view of your load alleviating strap on your red reel. In some of the video frames before, we thought we saw some red stitching showing.
There's a tiny bit showing, maybe about 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters. I'm in a super good position right now for our work. Would it be a problem if we just did it afterwards?
We will wait, and we'll take the words in the meantime, so thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, it was where the 55-foot wasn't pulling, my tether back was pulling quite a bit, and so it kept getting hung up on the Lightning Expansion Charlie when we were working up there on SSE.
Okay, copy. Good words. And Josh, Frank, looking at about 3 minutes, although we're going to wait on Spartan's go until we get words for us. It's going to get dark. We're going to wait a few more minutes, and then we'll give you the go to start with the cable ops. The eclipse is almost 30 minutes long, so we've got a lot of time to work these 4 connectors.
Awesome. Good to know. Thanks, Mike. Sounds great. Thank you for that tip.
And as we can see through the cameras, things starting to dim. So again, we're going to wait until we're at least about 2 minutes into the eclipse. The Spartan flight controller responsible for the electrical power systems on board the station, I'll do some safing commanding, and then the astronauts will get the go to start mating these different cables. So they've already connected the cables to the IROSA connections. Those were done ahead of time and didn't require that eclipse. So what will be coming up next is essentially installing jumper cables. They're going to be connecting to 2 different points on a panel for the solar array wing, and then having this jumper cable installed. And then those are all going to then get tied in to the IROSA cables, which then get tied into the ultimate power panel, which will then safely integrate both the existing arrays and this new solar and the new IROSA into the 4A power channel.
Okay, Josh, Frank, appreciate your patience. You are go to start working the cables. Frank, that's going to be a demate of P7 from panel P7. And Josh, you're working P9 from panel P9.
P7 from channel P7, that is disconnected.
Copy. Demate on P7 from panel P7.
P9 is demated. Understand P9 alpha is going to the panel.
Copy. P9, good demate from panel P9. You're working on P9 alpha going to panel P9.
P7 alpha going to Alpha 7.
Copy.
Hey, no fraud. No bent pins. And good EMI band.
I have the same. No fraud. Good pins. Good EMI band. Work.
Copy. Good checks. Both go to mate.
P7 alpha has made it to Alpha 7, and I had a good click at the end for engagement.
Copy that. Good mate for P7 alpha to panel P7, and it was clicked to the hard stop. So you're go to mate J7 alpha to the array cable P7.
just working through some pretty significant memory on this cable here. I'll keep you posted.
Copy. Understand. We got plenty of time.
Okay, I got P9 Alpha mated. I do have good detail. It does not line up with the black line.
Okay, copy. We're checking just for the hard stop, so it sounds like you got a good mate on P9 Alpha to panel P9. So now you're working J9 Alpha to the saw cable P9.
Okay. Open pins, no FOD, and good AMI band on the saw cable.
Copy. Your go to May, Josh.
And Papa 7 has made it to Juliet 7 Alpha.
Copy. We good mate on J7 Alpha to Papa 7.
Papa 7 to, yep, that was a good rotation all the way around. Had good pins. Good AMI band, no FOD.
Okay, Frank. With that, your go to D-mate P21 from panel P21.
I have Papa 21 Alpha with good pins, good EMI band, and no FOD going to Papa 21, panel 21.
Copy. You are go to mate.
So we're coming up on 5 hours, 5 minutes into today's spacewalk. The cable routing is still underway. Again, all of this being done to integrate both the new IROSA array and the existing solar array into essentially the same power connection to provide power on this 4A channel. There's 4 total connections that were made to the new array, and then after we were able to complete that prior to an eclipse, now that we're in eclipse, we're able to start making the connections to the existing arrays and then tying them together to the panels. So those first 4 were already knocked out.
I didn't get the hard connect there on P9 the first time, but I got it now.
Copy, Josh. Good mate on J9 Alpha to P9. So you are good to D-mate Papa 23 from panel 23.
Okay. Looking at P24 here. Do you want that horizontal? Let's just talk about that one.
Yeah, yes, the answer is yes, but we'd like you to focus on mating the cables first, and we'll clean up afterwards.
All right, P23 Alpha, putting in my band. On the panel.
And handover.
No bent pins.
And then a short comm handover right now. Short comm handover, so we'll get that signal back. So they're continuing to step through this final cable mating, cable connections to integrate it. So essentially what we're doing is we have 4 connections that went into the iROSA, and then we have a series of jumper cables that are going in between the existing connections between the legacy array and the power panels. So they've made 4 connections to the new iROSA array, and then a total of 8 connections are going to jumper them in and continue to connect the legacy solar arrays, as there were 4 connection points on the legacy arrays and then 4 connection points in the panels themselves. So to put a jumper between all of those, we're looking at 8. So all told, we're going to be making 12 connections today. 4 of those were knocked out before eclipse. The next 8 underway right now.
Okay, Papa 21 made it to Papa 21 Alpha, and I had a good click.
Yep, copy that, Frank. And Frank, you're right there. The Papa 22 on the panel, that tab is not horizontal. If you can lock it in place, that's perfect.
Yep, just did.
Okay, so now you're moving on.
Papa 7 did not end. Sorry, Papa 7 Alpha did not end up horizontal to Papa 7. Yep, good click, and I see the blue bumps. Do you want me to fix that?
No, you got it to a hard stop, so it's a good mate.
Okay, copy.
Okay, so Frank, you're working Juliet 23 Alpha to Papa 23. 21, my bad. Reading the wrong column. Juliet 21 Alpha to
I know what you meant.
P21. Thank you.
All right, Papa 23 Alpha is mated. Did get a hard connect there. It just wasn't quite as convincing as P9, but it definitely, you can see, I can undo it.
Yeah, if it's a hard stop, that's what we're looking for.
Okay. They clicked in. All right. And understand P23 from the saw out to this last remaining one.
Affirmative, J23 Alpha to P23.
No vent pin, no FOD, and DMI band here on the cable.
You're good to mate?
It's on 180 degrees out. Let's see. Okay, there's P23 saw connected and good hard stop. And just looking at these black lines, you can see the black lines all lined up on P23. You actually have like more of a turn there on P9 if you see it.
Yep, we see that in HECA, Josh, and the black lines are a rough guide. It's the hard stop that is what counts. With that, we show all 4 connections are good for you. If you wanted to double check that the 2 that we did not touch on the panel, that those saw tabs on the connectors are horizontal.
Yeah, happy to do that. P24 to come horizontal actually comes counterclockwise. Is that really what you want me to do? See, if I go clockwise, it's not going any further.
Yep, clockwise to a hard stop. That's all we're looking for.
I didn't do the hard stop for P24, but it is more than clockwise, so it is not horizontal, but I think that's what you want.
Okay, copy. We're good with those checks. So that looks like a good cable config, Josh.
Okay.
So the next step, Josh, would just be tidying up the slack on those remaining cables.
Okay. And Papa 21 is made it this is Julie at 21 Alpha. I wasn't getting a click, but I think I just wasn't feeling it. I felt it that last time there. Good connection.
Okay, copy. Good mate on J21 Alpha to P21. So you'll work the same, just trying to tidy up any of the cable slack.
Copy.
And with Frank Rubio calling out that last one, that Julia 21 Alpha, that was the 8th and final connection we were looking to make during the eclipse period. So as of right now, it looks like all power connections to integrate the new IROSA have been done successfully. So with that, the crew's going to get the go to just start cleaning up some of the extra slack on these cables, just making sure they're not free floating too much. They've got a series of wire ties and other means to secure them in place. And after that, they'll likely do another what we call glove hap and gauntlet check.
Survey the cable and the panel.
Yeah, that looks beautiful.
Okay.
So Josh, since you finished that up, let's do a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay. No change to gloves for EV2. And gauntlets are covered. So the gauntlets are covering the wrist ring, and my hap is dry.
Okay, copy, Josh. Those are good checks. And that finishes up the cable mate activity. Next will be deployment. So you're going to move into position to be able to drive that R9 and R10 bolts.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, next cables are kind of tidied up here. Did you guys get the views you needed for the mates?
Everybody down here is very happy, Frank. So I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Copy. On my left glove, my ring finger, I've got a little tiny piece of the rubber that's missing, but it's a tiny chip, and everything beneath it is intact. No further tearing. And otherwise, gloves are a little bit dirtier, but no changes. And my hap and gauntlets are covering what they need to cover.
Copy all, Frank. And with that, if you want to maneuver into position to observe the tower magnets on your side of the boom so that we can see that when we do the deploy.
Copy that.
Target handrail is on P5. It's 5201.
Copy. Josh.
I'm good.
And just to let you guys know, we've got about 10 minutes left in the eclipse. So as usual, you're making it look easy and getting done ahead of time. So we'll get you into position, and then we'll wait for the sun to come up.
Okay, copy. Do they have to deploy in sunlight? Or is that just for a better view?
We will deploy in sunlight.
Here it's at 5203, correct?
5201 is what I called out, but you're looking to get into your call for a good position to look back and see that base of the boom as it deploys, and you see those initial magnets connect together.
Okay. Yeah, I think 5203 is a little bit better option. We'll go with 5202.
Copy.
And with all of those cable connections made successfully, two spacewalkers, Frank Rubio, Josh Cassada, now going to get into position to release the final launch restraints and deploy the IROSA solar array.
Thanks for screwing these bolts in so I can navigate on them.
Yeah, it does make life easier, doesn't it? Yep.
So once they do get in position, Josh Cassada is going to break out the pistol grip tool again, and we'll have two restraint bolts, R9 and R10, to release. And after those are fully released, the IROSA will start to unfurl itself, just using the stored energy in the solar array itself. So no mechanism other than releasing those bolts. Frank Rubio is going to get into a position just to monitor the deploy and get a good view from his helmet camera on the ground. There will be several cameras pointed at the deploy as teams watch it unfurl. We're going to be paying special attention to the two booms, really the structural support on either side of the solar array themselves.
I know it's a ways down the road, but this one's another Bravo 7, is that right?
Affirmative. Bravo 7, counter clockwise 2.
Cool. Bravo 7 is set, counterclockwise 2 is set.
And
yeah, and we've got about 7 minutes of probably about 9 minutes of eclipse left, and then Spartan's going to have to run some checks before we give you the go once the sun's come up. So there's a little bit of waiting.
Copy that. Copy that. Thanks.
so Rubio and Cassada continuing to work incredibly efficiently so far. They've been moving through each of the tasks, completing them all a little bit ahead of time. We've had a couple of waits just because of eclipse conditions. Now we're going to be doing the opposite. We're going to wait until the sun comes up to deploy the boom. Gives enough good views to confirm that it's deploying.
While you guys are waiting, I'll read a warning to you. So prior to releasing the deployment launch restraint bolts, position to stay clear of the deploying IROSA blankets.
TV1 copy.
Don't go scale on that legacy array.
Yeah. It's definitely off center, about 0.8125 degrees. You think?
It's a very calibrated eye.
So at this point, we've got about another 5-minute wait at least until we're starting to get out of the eclipse. And then the Spartan flight controller here in Mission Control Houston going to run a couple of quick power checks. So again, we made all of the necessary connections to start to integrate the new solar array into the electrical power system. So they'll check it out before we give the crew the go to actually release those launch restraint bolts and let the roll-up solar array unroll. After that, we will essentially be done for the day, at least on the planned task timeline. There will be some additional cleanup steps, both with the robotic arm and all the gear that they brought out with them. We were able to see them get at least a little bit of that done, wrangling the pretty big mass of cables, connectors, and other items into a cable bag to get ready to bring back inside. And then we'll stand by to hear if we're going to be attempting any get-aheads for today, or if the crew will get the go to just head back inside. So all of that still to come. Probably one of the most visual moments of the spacewalk, though, coming up with the deployment of this IROSA solar array. And this is the 4th of 6 planned additional arrays to augment the station power system. We're increasing the amount of electricity that we're generating by about 30% once all of these are deployed. And as they are new arrays, they're coming in with brand new efficiency. All of these focused on just continuing to provide energy for existing station hardware experiments, but also with an eye to the future as we're operating through at least 2030 to continue to support new commercial modules, things of that nature, all bound for the station in the years to come. So really critical infrastructure upgrades. This will be the 4th of 6, as I mentioned. We'll look for the 5th and 6th to fly as soon as next year to complete the full power upgrade. But for now, standing by for a few more minutes until we get to the actual deployment phase. Everything has been completed so far on the timeline. They went out the door just 5 hours, 23 minutes ago and turned their suits to battery power, starting our spacewalk, able to do all of the pre-steps to get the IROSA ready to get extracted from its temporary holding point, releasing a number of support beams that were holding it in place before Josh Cassada.
Nope. Lots of darkness. It is dark. I should say yes. Everything's good out here.
EMUs are just the most amazing little spacecraft.
Yep.
But again, we're just standing by for a couple more minutes. Both Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada in position to get ready for this IROSA deployment. It's going to be Josh Cassada with the pistol grip tool once more. He's going to be releasing the 2 restraint bolts, R9 and R10.
When you're busy, and then how it slows down when you're waiting. Keep busy again.
The view is starting to look good.
It is.
You guys just need to enjoy the sunrise. Should be in about a minute, and then we're going to have a couple minutes while we get everything checked out.
Right.
Right now we're looking through the helmet cam of Frank Rubio, EV1, our lead spacewalker for the day. And just at the very bottom you can see that thin line of blue, the limb of the Earth, starting to illuminate as we move out of eclipse and back into the sun. And then after a couple minutes, we'll be in full sunlight again as we run a couple of quick tests by the Spartan flight controller here. Mesh control will be ready to start stepping through the deployment phase, getting IROSA unfurled, and one step closer to being a new full addition to the electrical power system on board the station. And as we continue to look through Frank Rubio's helmet camera, you might be wondering why it looks like Christmas lights speckled throughout the view. Those are actually dead pixels from the image sensor in the helmet cam, as different photographic equipment on board the space station is exposed to radiation for longer and longer periods of time. Those image sensors can start to degrade, and those typically show up as dead pixels. So if you're wondering what all the different multicolored dots are, that is what you're looking at. They become very apparent anytime we're looking at something very dark at nighttime, but will start to get washed out here as the sun comes up. And this is the view right now from Josh Cassada's helmet cam. He's going to be jumping in next to release those two launch restraint bolts, R9 and R10. He's going to be using his pistol grip tool. He got those settings you heard called down, Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2. Again, on our pistol grip tool, we have that first value is just how much torque you're imparting. We've got Alpha 1 through 7, Bravo 1 through 7. Alpha 1 is low foot torque as you can do. Bravo 7 the max. So he's going to be maxing out the torque on this one and then moving it counterclockwise, which is going to release a bolt.
Okay, thanks, man. I'll just stay here then. I was, yeah. I can't make shadow puppets during the day, so. Need a space cat.
Apparently, I just don't spend any time in the
Okay,
sun.
guys, the teams down here have given their thumbs up, so we're go to deploy. So, Josh, you're going to work on R9 and R10. Settings are Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
All right, we'll start with R10. And that's Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2. And how many turns are we expecting before it pops out?
Yep, 17 to 20, and a white line should fully appear when released.
Sounds good. The sun wasn't in my eyes for the last 10 minutes. Here we go.
All right, so this is the view from Frank Rubio's helmet camera. We can see Josh Cassada on the left there starting to work those bolts. Just in front of him, the IROSA array. The center part is where the solar cells are contained. And then that white section you see on the right side, so that's the boom. So it's flat right now. The best way to think of how the boom deploys and adds that kind of that structural support, the rigidity. It functions similar to if you took a drinking straw here on Earth and cut it in half lengthwise and then rolled it up.
17 times it popped all the way out. But it actually popped earlier. I could feel it.
All right, one bolt released.
Copy, Josh. Good release on R10.
And Bravo 7 counterclockwise.
Second bolt driving. Once it's released, we'll start to see the deploy.
But, keep it in motion.
Copy. We see the release and deployment.
Second bolt release. IROSA now deploying. We're going to see, and again, there's no mechanism to make this unfurl. It's doing it all with the stored energy of the array itself. And the white sections you see on either side, so those are the booms, those are going to unfurl and tend to curl up, similar to, as we were talking about, if you were to take a straw, cut it lengthwise, roll it up, and then just let it go, it would naturally just try to curve back into that circular structure. And that's what those booms are going to be doing. There's a series of magnets the crew's also going to be keeping an eye on.
Body back about 3 or 4 degrees that help our view.
Okay.
That's much better. Thank you. A little bit further would be even perfect.
Yeah.
And Frank, we can just barely make out those magnets. I think all 5 of them have clicked closed at this point.
I've got 4 and there are 5. All 5 are clicked.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Good job, Josh.
Nicely done.
Finally run that microwave we've been wanting to run.
Nick, do you know where we are over the planet?
Yeah, you're just south of Alaska, getting ready to go do a pass down the west coast.
Awesome. Florida.
You might even be over Houston by the time the deployment finishes.
That's pretty cool.
So the array continuing to unfurl this, the view that Josh Cassada is getting right now as it unfurls away from him after he released those two launch restraint bolts.
You can see air traffic. Sure. Yeah, there's a contrail. There. Oh yeah, I see it.
And that view from Frank Rubio's, if you look at the booms on the side, you can see they kind of curl up after they continue to deploy. This is a look at the very far end. You can see all of the solar cells in the middle there, and those booms as they continue to stretch out, they essentially snap together into that circular structure, and then they have magnets that are helping to help them maintain that structure once they snap in.
And Frank, Josh, while we hold position and wait for the deployment to finish, just kind of give you a heads up on the way forward, at least near-term steps. We've got the tensioner bolts that we're going to do, and then we'll move into kind of cleaning up the scoop and the cable bag, and then we'll focus on trying to get the arm clean and the FSC in a good config.
Okay, sounds great. Copy that.
We're continuing to watch as these unfurl. Again, as you can see, they're covering up some of the solar cells on the existing arrays, which are still tied in to the power channel. But these new ones coming in with a higher efficiency, obviously brand new, so haven't lost any of that efficiency that you lose over time and being exposed to that harsh environment of space. We're going to be able to increase our actual power output. So we're aiming to have 6 of these total eventually deployed on the International Space Station, this rollout solar array technology. We did an initial test of this type of array several years ago on the space station, just to see how the mechanisms worked, how the power generation worked, and then ultimately culminating in some permanent additions to the station. This same type of rollout solar array technology used on the NASA DART mission, which was our asteroid redirect.
It's that storm. Yeah, it's crazy how big it is. Affecting the entire country.
And we are passing.
Coming up on the Pacific Northwest.
Okay.
Just about to pass over the Pacific Northwest, and as any of our viewers in America are aware, there's some pretty significant winter weather hitting a lot of the country, so our crew members getting a view from about 260 statute miles above. While this rollout solar array almost done deploying, we'll note the same type of solar array, this rollout technology, going to be used on NASA's Gateway station around the moon as well. That's going to be our launching point for the Artemis program and future lunar landings, eventually establishing that sustainable lunar presence on the moon. So our crew members continuing to stand by, observing the rollout after this deployment sequence is complete. We'll have a couple of final steps. For Josh Cassada, he's going to have 2 blanket tensioner bolts that he is going to release. These essentially activate a spring that it's going to pull on some internal wire to the solar array itself to add some tension, which will be necessary as we're maneuvering and gimbaling the solar arrays, as we always try to point them to track the sun.
Look at the mountains. Also all right? Yeah, it's coming right nadir right now. Between, I don't know if you can see between the 2 solar arrays.
Yeah. Wow. That is a lot of snow. Bigger than Sierra Nevada, I'm guessing.
Okay, guys, we have confirmed we've got a good deployment on IROSA. So, Josh, you're go to move into position to do the tensioner bolts R11 and 12.
Copy that.
And for both of you, I've got a handover in 15 seconds.
Copy that.
And just a short handover, we'll get that video signal back as the crew now stepping into some of the final steps of the day, as they're going to work to now release 2 blanket tensioner bolts. Josh Cassada using his pistol grip tool to make that happen. Those are going to trigger some springs that are going to pull on some tensioning wire in the arrays to add some structural rigidity to this now fully deployed solar array. After that, we'll get into some worksite cleanup, likely get another glove hab and gauntlet check, just to walk through those again. So crew members obviously using their hands for everything on a spacewalk, not actually using their feet.
Voice waiting for video to lock up.
Good.
So they'll do periodic checks of their glove surfaces, looking for the loss of any of the grip or anything of that nature, just looking for nicks, cuts, things like that.
Let me know and I'll get you the PGT settings.
I'm just trying to make sure that safety tender goes across the front of me. There it is. Yep, got it.
Okay, copy, and we're locked back up on Hector.
Good. Okay, Nick, I am going for my PGT. I'm over at R11.
Copy that, R11. PGT settings are alpha 1, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 1, counterclockwise 2 on R11.
Yep, and you're going to release 5 to 6 turns.
Alpha 1, is that counterclockwise 2?
Affirmative. Alpha 1, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 1, counterclockwise 2, start and turn.
Copy. 5 to 6 turns. It should pop out when fully released.
So they popped out a little bit, but I definitely felt the tensioner. You can see the white line popped out 1/4 of an inch.
Copy. That's a good release. R11's good.
Start and turns on R12.
Copy.
And their star is out. And I felt it react. It's about 1/4 inch. Not exactly pop out. Do you want it? Do you want more turns on that?
And we're good with more turns.
The teeth are. Okay. You can see in the heck, I can see that it's the teeth are no longer engaged on the tensioner itself.
Yep, and you can't overdrive it, so.
Okay. I think we're good on R12.
Copy, good release on R12. And so, Josh, once you stow your PGT, we'll want to do a once-over on the mod kit to make sure all the MLI is in place. The one piece of equipment we've still got out there is the scoop. So if you want to grab that scoop.
Happy to do it. Stand by for 1 second, Frank. So, my PGT, the ret is not going back where I expected it to be going to. Can you see?
Yeah, it's wrapped around your extender.
My extender?
Yep. Your gearing extender. I think you might just want to let it be, or you'll have to undo your PGT and go.
Oh, I see. I understand.
Yep.
Maybe when I'm close to you, we'll just take my PGT out of the swing arm.
Yep.
I'll go around it. That sound good?
Yep.
All right. All right. My understanding is I'm going to get this ret. We'll send it over to the cable bag.
And that's affirmative. So, Josh, you can ret to that scoop. You can take it over the cable bag. We were talking about whether it's worth you guys working together to try to put it in that cable bag, because it did take you a little bit to get it closed up. So we're also good if you want to just put it on your MWS and translate with it back on you.
I'm happy to do that. There's a good amount on here, but maybe it'll keep each other out of the way. Who knows?
Yeah, and your guys' call, we're good on time.
Say it again, Josh.
Just trying to figure out what you want to do with the scoop. I can put it on me right here, or we can go with that plan and put it in the kibble bag.
Yeah, let me look. If we can avoid opening the bag, it might be better.
Oh yeah, let's not do that. I was thinking we were going to tether it and then try to jam it in the side. But if you want, I'm happy to put it right here on the front of my mini workstation.
We can put it in here. Let's try it. I'll give you a little bit easier translation. Just that if we just jam it in here, it might just stay.
All right. Can I pass it to you? Here. I'll make sure to get a little closer to you. Hold on. You ready? There I go. There you go. Got it. Okay.
For yours?
I'm ready.
That's right.
I got it. Thank you. Oh, it's the verdict. Did it go in okay?
Give me 1 second.
So with the IROSA installed, deployed, and connected successfully, we're moving into some of the cleanup steps. One that we're seeing them work right now is getting one of those scoops, which are the...
Sounds good.
That looks good, Frank.
So I guess I should go.
So, Frank, you're going to put the cable bag on your BRT and translate that back inboard, leading the way. And Josh, you're going to have to translate out around the other side of the IEA. Before you start that, I'll check that. Once you get to where you're going, we're going to have you do a glove and half check.
Okay. So go to the opposite side of the IEA and then pause.
Yep, you've got...
I got a copy on the Copy on the IEA bag. It works.
Okay, make a couple things here. The load alleviating strap on that red reel. I've got 2 stitches. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, in fact. So you can see, I won't mess with it, but you can see it kind of came unrolled there, but just a matter of rolling that back up. And I do see 4 on the other side.
Okay, copy. Thanks for the words, Josh. Looks good. And also wanted to know if you had adjusted your TCV at all. We saw some data indications down here that thought you might have.
No, I don't think I changed it without talking to you. You remember making it cooler? I don't remember when I did that last. I'm pretty sure I didn't omit any calls.
Okay, yeah, just checking with you. We're looking at the data.
Okay, sounds good. I did get a little cooler while I was there on the mod kit, but I figured we'd just live with it since we're going to start moving. In terms of gloves, I've got no changes to the gloves, and my half is dry.
Copy. Thanks for the checks, Josh. And so once Frank gets the crew lock or the cable bag on his BRT, he's going to lead back inboard.
Okay, copy that. Everything is kind of a behemoth.
Yeah.
You need anything from me?
Just moral support.
You got that, and then some. Good news is, be on my BRT in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I wish there was actually a way I could keep it. Once you have this thing on, it's just easier.
Yeah. Think it's worth it to work on this PGT rep?
No, I think it'll be good all the way in.
But don't worry about it?
No, I wouldn't. Unless it, and then I could just translate to you and fix it if we need to.
I will be right next to you in a minute, but we don't have to do it if you don't need.
And Josh, while you're waiting there for Frank to lead the translation back, we wanted to look at the MLI on the lower struts of the mod kit. We're trying to make sure that those are in a good configuration and wrapped around there for thermal concerns.
I'm on the inboard edge of the IEA. Understand you want me to go back?
Affirmative, Josh. If you can translate back toward the mod kit on the path that you just finished translating on, we'd like you to put eyes on the MLI.
Okay, give me a minute.
Do you want me to stick around or go ahead and back?
I think we're okay, but I guess I'll defer to Nick on that one. I don't know.
Yeah, Frank, you're good to translate back in. It shouldn't take Josh long to work on the MLI. The area of interest, Josh, is on the lower struts, just below the base of the mod kit plate, the mounting bracket.
Lower struts, but up high.
That's affirmative. And Frank, while Josh checks out that MLI, you're heading to the port CETA cart to temp stow the bag.
Copy that.
Yeah, sorry, Nick. I could have told you about this earlier. I know what you're talking about. There is no way to get those up over the bolt themselves. I gave it a really good pull earlier. There's a hole that the bolt is supposed to go through, and the MLI will not reach. I think when this was installed, that was probably the case. I get bend, at least on the right side, I bent the wires structure in to try to get the hold on.
Yeah, copy that, Josh. If you can just hold position there, we've got a good video of it. Let us discuss.
Okay.
And Frank, you're good.
So I don't know if you can see this. It looks like when I put Josh's red hook on my red reel, it probably spun a couple times. There's a full 2 wraps here. I think I'm good to go up to the FIC. I just want to make sure you guys see that. You're okay with it?
And Frank, we see it. And Frank, you're go to continue.
Copy. And I'm sorry, which CETA card am I putting this tag in? The starboard or port?
It's the port one.
Copy, thanks.
It's the port CETA cart. You're just dropping the bag off temp stow so that we can go work the FSC beam.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, thanks for the views and the close inspection. We're happy with the condition that it's in, and so you're go to translate back inboard.
Copy that.
And Josh, as you translate back inboard, the next step is going to be working for the APFR removal. So when you get into a good position, you're going to work with Koichi and Duke to retrieve that APFR. Frank, as you head over to the FSC, give you those cautions again. Slow translation. Wait for any kind of motion to damp out before imparting loads. We can't simultaneously translate, and that's it.
Copy that. Okay, I am over at Alpha.
Okay, Frank. So you're going to loosen the adjustable equipment tether from the beam so that you've got some play with the beam, and then position it into the final stowage location.
So we are 6 hours, 8.5 minutes into today's spacewalk.
I don't know if you need the comm, but I'm going to have to take comm here for a little bit. You're good. Okay. And coming back around, that safety tether is going above me right now. I think when I came around that A-frame, it just got hooked above me. But I think it's going to be okay. So no rush, but when you get eyes on, or probably when I go past you, it'd be helpful. Okay.
I'm actually going to need the same, so it'll work out.
Give me 1 second, I'm going to work on it now.
And again, we're almost 6 hours, 9.5 minutes into today's spacewalk. The primary objective of the day was to get that new rollout solar array installed, deployed, and integrated into the power system. And we were able to do that successfully. It's now been fully deployed, all the connections made. So at this point, they're going through some of their cleanup steps. Frank Rubio, he's on the left there.
And Frank, so you're going to try to hand start that. There you go. It shouldn't overlap the end of the stanchion.
Yep. That's real. Thank you.
So right now, Frank Rubio working to more permanently.
So we're looking for 2 turns on the hand start.
Looking to more permanently secure this FSE beam.
I think that was closer to 3, but you good?
Okay, that looks good. And so you'll translate over to stanchion Bravo and do the same with C5.
Okay, M2, EV2.
Let's go ahead.
Okay. I'm ready for the GCA to the published for the APFR retrieval.
Okay, copy that. This will be maneuver to ISS aft for 1 meter to the published position.
Got it.
And while
Setting up the manual mode, Josh, now.
Frank Rubio secures those beams which were moved out towards the beginning of our spacewalk to clear the way for the IROSA, they're now going to get permanently attached there to the FSE.
The motion in 3, 2, 1, starting.
Meanwhile, Josh Cassada is doing some cleanup work on the robotic arm.
I see good motion.
We're hearing the voice now of Koichi Wakata, who's at the mobile workstation inside the station's Destiny laboratory right next to
10 meters to go.
Right next to NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, who's at the controls. They're moving the robotic arm closer to Josh Cassada so he can access that articulating portable foot restraint.
Continue additional 20.
Additional 20.
He's going to be taking that foot restraint off the arm.
3, 2, 1. And go.
Position hold.
That's going to work. We can call that GCA complete.
Okay, brakes on. You have a go for APFR removal.
Okay, Frank, saw a good hand start on C5.
Roger.
And Frank, your PGT settings are going to be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Copy.
And we're going to stop on turns. You're going to go 20 turns.
Copy.
And we're watching Frank Rubio once again using that pistol grip tool. He's securing these beams to the FSE, the flight support equipment. This is the temporary pallet that rode up in the trunk of Dragon with the 2 IROSA arrays packed on top.
My ret is on here. The jaws are closed, the paddles are out.
While he's doing this,
And I think I might take care of a couple settings now. We get there, it's going to be...
Yeah, it's Papa, Foxtrot 6.
Sure.
while Rubio's securing these beams, Josh Cassada is working to get that foot restraint off the end of the robotic arm.
That'll make more sense.
We heard call out Papa Foxtrot 6. Those are giving him the yaw, pitch, and roll settings to configure that foot restraint in where...
20 turns.
Okay, Frank. And so we're going to change our settings to Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and we'll drive the torque.
Okay. Just so you know, that seemed like it was pretty close to meeting all of Bravo 7, so I have a feeling we may get into the same scenario we had earlier.
Yep, copy that. And so we'd like you to go ahead and drive it to torque on Bravo 1.
Copy. I'm sorry, Bravo 1.
Bravo 1,
Settings, please?
yeah, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy. It's Bravo 1, clockwise 2. I've got 0.1 of a turn, green light, 11.9 torque.
Copy, that's a good C5. So if you want to stow your...
Copy.
And Frank, once you stow your PGT, we'd like you to do a wiggle test on the bolt.
I think the pretty tight.
And we expect that, Frank. The turn count wasn't adding up down here.
Okay. Actually, the bolt is super solid. The actual beam itself has some movement underneath it.
Copy, Frank. Stand by.
Like I would say, it's about 2 to 3 millimeters of movement.
And copy, Frank. We're talking it.
Okay.
And Frank, we are good with Charlie 5, so you're go to translate back over to Charlie 3.
Okay, copy. Should I grab the adjustable?
Affirmative.
Josh, M2 for the SSRMS. If you're clear of the arm, we can maneuver the arm to the parked position.
Stand by for 1 minute, Creechy. I'll get on the seated cart and give you go.
Copy.
And Josh, when you get over there, it's with 3 that you're looking for.
Copy that.
And in this view, we can see Josh Cassidy's got that foot restraint off of the robotic arm. He's going to be attaching that to what's known as the seated cart, the crew and equipment translation aid.
Safety tether when you can.
Okay.
Not at the moment.
Okay.
But it's,
I've got one more bolt to go and then
eventually locked out. Where's the cable back? Oh, geez. Not needed just yet. I need to put the APFR in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're on the seated cart.
Yeah. I'm right above you.
Yeah, any chance you can give me a hand with that when you have a second?
Sure.
With, see, my safety tether is probably hooked up in the HECA, I guess. It's on my right side. Super awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Had a lot of gymnastics to get rid of that.
I'm gonna go above you here. Give me just 1 second.
Stand by. I want to make sure you don't get caught in the APFR.
Thank you. About to move station forward. I just need to get under the...
We've got a cross on our... If you go station forward, we're going to cross our...
Our safety tethers?
Yeah, they're going to wrap around each other. So
they were already too twisted. It's just the...
really?
Yeah, when I put your... I think what happened is when I put your... that hook on my red wheel, it probably spun as I was translating.
If I can quickly put this in, it looks like if I go more starboard, we're going to not have a problem anymore.
Okay. You're good. I'll just wait on you.
I'm sorry to make you wait.
No problem. As close as I've gotten to an APFR and 3 DVAs.
I'd be happy to pass this over to you. I think I've got Papa and can be depressed, and understand it was Fox 6.
Yep.
Up top, and then clocking a 6.
Yep, you're right. 6, Papa, Foxtrot 6. And understand if you need to hold position, Frank, for the safety tethers, but you've got to go for Charlie 3 when able.
I'll be just waiting a little bit. Thanks.
So this view from Frank Rubio's helmet cam, just below him there, Josh Cassada working to get that foot restraint stored on the seated cart, the crew equipment and translation aid, having taken it off of the Canadarm2 robotic arm that he was riding a little bit earlier in today's spacewalk. If you're just now joining, we had a successful completion.
Josh, Frank, just want to check with you guys. We think you're clear of the arm so that Duke and Queechy can move it into its final position.
Affirmative, we are well clear.
Okay.
Yep. Assuming they're going to go station forward, correct?
Yeah, that's right, Frank. Station forward, 1 meter.
Yep. You're clear, Queechy.
Okay, we'll maneuver to the park position. Thank you.
Okay, there's Papa Fox 6. And is that going to make sense? It looks like it is. So I'll get the clock in a 6, I'll get out of your way.
No worries.
Okay. Got a good full twist test, and we are black on black.
And Josh, copy the pitch knob check.
Knob can be depressed.
Copy. Thank you.
Before I get out of here, you guys are happy with that config, right? You can probably see it in my HECA.
Okay, Josh. So with that APFR stowed, you'll grab the cable bag, put that on your BRT, and then we'll start heading you back.
Okay.
Josh, that cable bag's just off your right shoulder.
Okay.
And Frank, Josh, we're working through a little bit of blockage. Want to let you know we got your voice, but no video.
Okay, nice, thanks.
Frank, can you just verify that is, that's Papa, can you make sure that's Fox 6 on that? And I have a good red on this guy.
On the APFR, I can't really see from this angle. It looks right though.
I'm ready to the bag. Jaws are closed. Paddles are out. I'm going to try to swing it behind me without hitting that APFR. And without catching your safety tether.
You good?
Alright, let me look at what's going on here. Okay. Agree that these tethers are going to be clear as soon as I cross over that cross.
At least here they will be. I can't see further down.
Oh, there we go.
Hopefully it's completely clear down there too.
There's a cross here.
Yeah, they're still spun.
But we still, I'm now underneath you.
Okay.
I'll just take the cross back.
Okay.
I guess to the airlock.
Yep. Something about it should work. Frank, I'll take settings for probably 3.
Yep. And copy all, Josh, you're headed to your green hook on 3651, and those PGT settings are going to be Bravo 7 clockwise 2, Frank.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2, copy.
And on this bolt, Frank, we're looking for 19 turns, 19.
So right now we are 6 hours 29 minutes into today's spacewalk. The primary goal of installing and deploying this new iROSA was done successfully. We did get a confirmation, if we haven't reported it yet, from the Spartan flight controller here in Mission Control Houston, that new iROSA already generating power. All signatures from it look great. So another addition to the power system on board the space station is successfully installed today and connected to continue our upgrades to the power system, eventually adding 6 of these arrays. This was the 4th out of 6. This one augmenting the 4A power channel. So again, that iROSA deployed, integrated successfully already into the station power system.
So you're going to be Bravo 1, clockwise 2 now, and you're going to go to torque.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, going to torque.
That's a good readback.
This is not going to work, in fact, Frank. Nick, for tethers here, I think I've got a plan. I want to make sure you're on board.
Okay, stand by, Josh. We'll get this PGT info, and then we'll chat.
And I had 2 turns, green light, 11.8 on torque.
Okay, copy, Frank. That is a good bolt. So you're good to stow your PGT and retrieve that adjustable. Okay, Josh, we're back with you.
I took down my... Okay, so I took down my HECA. Hopefully you can see. Not sure how it happened, but we've got this cross right here. This is...
And Josh, we're negative on your HECA.
Together. This is my load.
So just to let you know, current config, we've got good HECA on Frank, but I don't have any video off your HECA.
I've got a green light. I've got 2 green lights, in fact.
And copy that. And we're reestablished, Josh.
Okay.
Okay, Josh, we've got a good view of what's in front of you, and we're ready.
You can see this in the HECA. I think the best option, I'm not sure how to get out here. I want to make sure we're not making things worse, but I think I disconnect his green hook, and I take my whole pack over of his green reel. So essentially stuff this whole thing through. And then if we have a cross.
And Josh, copy the plan.
At the airlock.
And we concur. That's a good plan. You'll just carry the cross all the way back to the airlock, and that'll be fine.
Sure. Okay, sounds good. I'm going to move your green hook a couple times here.
Okay, sounds good.
And right now, Josh Cassada just doing a little bit of rearranging on those tethers. They'll have multiple engaged at any given time just to keep them secure to both the station and all the various equipment that they're working on. They have a couple of different safety tethers, equipment tethers, all available to them throughout these spacewalks. But we're largely in the cleanup and ending phase of the spacewalk so far today. Cassada's primary cleanup job was to get the foot restraint off the robotic arm and get it stowed on the SETA cart, the crew equipment in translation assist cart, and he was able to do that successfully. And meanwhile, Frank Rubio is just wrapping up, driving a couple of bolts to secure the FSE beams that had previously been holding the iRosa in place on the equipment pallet that it arrived on.
Back over to the crew lock bag Tango, and so you're going to end up picking that up. Your choice as to whether you want to stuff those adjustables inside or secure them to your MWS.
That's what I was going to do is put them in can I put them on the outside?
Affirmative. If you want to, you can put them on the external.
Okay. I think we cleared it.
Nice, thanks, Josh.
Yep. No problem.
And then Frank Rubio's final job for cleanup is grabbing some of these adjustable equipment tethers, as they're working with.
Nice work, Josh. I see you translating back in.
As they're working with any equipment on board, they try to keep it tethered to them, make sure we don't have tools or any other items floating away during his spacewalk. And so he's just stowing some of those tethers on the crew lock bag, and then Frank will be done with his cleanup steps. We'll start to see the crew make their way back to the airlock to begin the ingress and finishing steps of the spacewalk itself. Again, right now we're 6 hours, 36 minutes in duration. Things kicked off at 7:19 a.m. Central, 8:19 a.m. Eastern, when they took their suits over to battery power. The clock's going to continue to count until they get inside the airlock, get the hatch closed, and the repressurization of the Quest airlock begins. Once we start to see the pressure tick up, that will be the operational completion of today's spacewalk.
Doing okay, Frank?
Yep. Yeah, I was just working this bag. Yeah, my BRT. That's ring adjustables.